We are back. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back, chat. Thank you guys for being here. Good evening and welcome back to another episode of the weekly comic wrap-up. I apologize for not being here last week, but I think Drew was having dinner with some pretty famous comic book creators, some individuals that we may try and get on the show here in just the next week or so. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do the show last week. I decided, I said, you know what? Let's take a week off and we'll come back fresh, refreshed with some great comic books this week. And so that's what we're going to do. So, but before we get into our topics for this evening, because there's a ton of drama with cartoonist Kayfabe, Ed Piskor, there are some new, Campbell, J. Scott Campbell covers for Spider-Man. We've got some new covers for him that we can look over. And we read close to somewhere between like 15 to 20 comics this week that we'll talk about. So we will get into that. But first and foremost, I wanted to mention that today is Good Friday. We have a ton of Christian viewers out there. And I know myself as a Christian, it would be remiss of me to not mention Good Friday and this Holy Week, essentially. And how important that is for us. We've got panelists who are Christian. And so I just wanted to mention that today, what the significance of today means as Good Friday is that this is actually the day that Christ was crucified on Calvary. And over the course of 6 hours, he endured the worst pain possible so that we and like us as humans, that our sins would be forgiven. And so he sacrificed God sacrificed his one and only son for us. And that is why it is good, because he sent his sacrificial lamb in the body of Jesus Christ to save us. And that is why we are eternally grateful and are forever in his grace. So that is why it's called Good Friday, because I know a lot of people go, what is so good about crucifixion when it's the most brutal, like horrific Roman? I mean, that is, the Romans created the perfect torture killing device ever, and that was unfortunately the crucifixion. But we recognize it as good because, like I said, our sins are forgiven, and we remember this day as the ultimate sacrifice, the ultimate hero, the ultimate superhero, if you will, paid the ultimate price for us, and that's pretty cool. So honestly, it's more than pretty cool. It's pretty glorious, but when I am just a earthly human being, there are few words that I can really say to really encapsulate the full effect and the full sacrifice of what Christ did for us. So all that being said, thank you all for being here tonight. Kyle, Drew, how are you guys doing? You guys went to a convention this past weekend, huh? Or last weekend, I think it was, right?
We did.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, we did.
How'd it go?
It was a lot of fun. A couple of days. I got to meet and talk with a lot of creators. It was great. I got to talk with a certain comic book company that provides services. I'll say that. We got stuff in the works later this year. So see what happens with that. We got to hang out and have dinner with a certain creator a couple of nights, which was very fantastic. He told us some pretty interesting stories, and he told me one. He didn't tell me there was one story involving Freddie Mercury, because he was very big into the rock magazine industry. Like, he was good at doing. He was a reporter doing questions, and he got to interview Freddie Mercury back in the day when he was with Queen, and he told us a pretty funny story.
That's pretty cool. Now, this creator wouldn't have been, can I name drop?
That's up to you. It's your chance. That is up to you. We want to give away who could be joining us next week.
Yeah, right. It wouldn't be the famous Punisher writer Mike Barron, would it? I mean, that's crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
So yeah,
that's true.
That is pretty damn cool. And you guys got to hang with him and have some beers or have some dinner with him. And so chat, kind of the cat's out of the bag. We will, as of right now, our schedule has Mike Barron coming on the show next week. So if you guys want to, if you want us to ask him any questions, if there are any comic book recommendations that you would have us take a look at before he comes onto the show, please let us know, because we would love to ask him. What's up, Drew? Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, nothing. No, that was my phone. You're good.
Oh, okay, you're good. But yeah, no, I think it'd be awesome. So chat, if you guys want to get involved with this as well, if you guys are lurking or commenting later, let us know what we can do to kind of welcome Mike Barron onto the MVP channel. So, and with these knuckleheads, because they know him better than I do. I've never met the guy before, so it should be fun. But I was going to ask too. Oh, and then I think afterwards, so after this show, we'll do a membership after party, because it's been, I think, a week or two since we've been able to do that. And so in the after party, if you guys want to hang out with us for some of the members, if you guys have anything that you want to recommend, like specifically, we can talk about it in the membership after party. And that way we can kind of like brainstorm a little bit more, because we won't have too much time on the live show, the public live show. So hey, I mean, we're already getting good questions for Mike. Asking him what it is. It is. So
But it is.
My question would be, how do you pronounce horseman? Horseman.
Well, yeah, he's gonna be the perfect person to ask, so he would know.
Yeah.
And good
I hope
ying. Good ying.
Well,
Good-
that's the most
ying.
important one.
I completely forgot to ask him that.
good
I
ying.
wish I'd asked him that, and but yeah, you get a chance to.
The other most important thing is legendary comic book writer Mike Barron of the industry for what, 40 years, 4 decades, 30 years,
At least 40
At least
years.
40.
Over,
I'd
at
say
least
so.
40,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Is he being edited by the Saska sisters? That's the most important
no, he
question
said-
I have for him.
he said no. They're not editing. his stuff.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yet.
Good news.
Yes.
Yes. So, what is this? Josh McDonald. He says the ad that played before your show started was a dude seeing how many Funko Pops he could buy and whatnot with $100. Wow. Was he
I think that was
Kyle?
me.
I was
Definitely me.
say, wait a second. Hang
That
on.
wasn't an ad.
I-
That was just me.
That was just Kyle hanging out before the show.
Yeah.
I'm sure he
But,
can buy cases for that much. Holy crap!
Well, now that they're being dumped on the landfills, I still remember that article. It's so funny. At first, when I read this, I thought Josh was about to say, was a dude seeing how many Funko Pops he could fit up his butt, or like
Yeah.
so
For
I was like,
$100.
for $100. My OnlyFans, yeah.
Yep.
So,
God. That's out there.
yeah.
I guarantee it.
Oh boy.
This week on Jackass.
Yep.
What's going on, JK? Thanks for being here as well. And we also have Aaron Sparrow. Hello, sir. Aaron has been hard at work at some new comics as well, and he's going to be heading over to WonderCon this weekend. So I think that should be pretty rad for him to do that. But speaking of Mike Barron and Punisher, what do you guys think about this? So the Punisher HQ here on Twitter, I love his work. I think he does some really great stuff here on Twitter. Basically, he posts like daily Punisher stuff or comics or news or whatnot. He is also not a fan of the most recent Jason Aaron run, so we have a connection with him. We have a bond with him. But he posts this: different views about justice. Ghost Rider and the Punisher don't share the same views. So what do you guys think about this? I don't know which book this is from, but it looks like Mark Teixeira art.
Yeah, it's from Ghost Rider because I just recently reread this. It's from like one of the first few issues. I think issue 2 or 3 of the Ghost Rider run when he encounters the Punisher.
So let me go ahead and read this. He goes, nice trick, impressive, but he's a political fanatic. You're not going to stop him from going on with his fanaticism with your penance stare. He'll shake it off and go back to killing in the name of his cause, turn kids into killers in the name of the cause, anything for the cause. This is the only thing that's going to put an end to this violence, his cause. And he points a gun at his head. He's about to end it. Ghost Rider stops him, surprisingly, breaks the gun, and he says, My cause is vengeance, not death. What cause do you serve? Damn. And then Punisher, in his internal monologue, or I think it's Ghost Rider, says, I wasn't counting on a showdown with him, not today.
No, it was Punishers. I believe it was Punishers.
Oh, was it Punisher's internal? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's tough. It's tough, man. Anything for the cause. We see a lot of that today. So
yeah.
What do you think? Who's right?
I know, that's the thing. Who's right? I mean, they're both kind of right. I mean, it's kind of like, I can kind of see both sides of this.
Because let's say Ghost Rider gives him the penance stare and he sees his sins for what they are. Is he going to change?
Rehabilitation? Is that a thing?
Yeah, right. Is he going to see the error of his ways and go to God and never come back to a world of violence and crime, or is he just going to go right back to his sins? So. And this is what's awesome about these older comics, is that they like pose these questions for us to determine, right?
Actual
if this was
questions,
like a current,
not like what the fuck he's having for breakfast and why.
Yeah. It's you get a character like Punisher. Exactly. He firmly believes people will not change. They're creatures of habit. They're repetitive in nature. He's going to keep going on doing what he does over and over again. That's the thing with the Punisher. There's no redemption.
And what's interesting? Yeah. And what's interesting about that too is that Punisher doesn't even give him a chance at redemption.
No.
Or that like Punisher doesn't even believe that there could be a chance. Or that like even if there is a chance for it, he doesn't want to risk it. Because even if there's like a 1% chance, he doesn't want that risk. He is just taking care of business, right?
Yeah.
So
I love it. But these are serious, hard-hitting. It's like, as a kid, it's like trying to read this. It's like, oh, that's cool. Oh, look, they might fight. This is awesome. And when you're older, it's like, it's some serious, hard-hitting shit.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna pull up that trade paperback. I'll be right back because I got it.
Okay.
That we're still arguing about today and always will. I mean, I was doing this when I was a cop, when I was taking classes, and when I was getting my degree in criminal justice. Like, these are papers, these are stuff, discussions, and dialogues that we'll continue to have. And I was all for rehabilitation, and I'm like, oh no, people can get better. And then when I became a cop, and then when I went back to school to get my degree, I'm like, nah, you know what? I've kind of changed my views a little bit on a lot of this. And it's interesting, the older you get and the more you live and the more you see, it's very interesting how quick your views can change. But obviously it's not so dark where it's like, fuck everybody, no one's going to change, they're all going to be the same, kill them all. It's like, okay, that's a bit extreme.
Right. And I think
vengeance, you could also make the point that vengeance could equate to death also, in a way,
potentially. Yeah, because like, I mean, it's not like Ghost Rider is innocent in him not murdering people maybe not in cold blood, but like, Ghost Rider has definitely had his fair share of melting people's faces with his penance stare, right? So I don't know, because it's like, who's more justified, the guy who wants to end this miserable human being's life, or Ghost Rider who believes that his purpose is like vengeance? But is Ghost Rider really able to stand on his high horse and preach so holier than thou and say, well, actually my purpose is vengeance? And it's like, that's not much better, dude. You know what I mean? Like, hang on a second.
Semantics at that point. You're saying the same thing I am, but in a nicer way. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, I would arrest the same guy 5 times, and then by that 6th time, I'm still kind of like, all right, maybe this time it'll stick. Maybe this time he'll get clean. Maybe this time he won't be an asshole. No. Then you'd see him in again a few weeks later. I'm having to arrest him because he's a skunk. And I'm just like, but some people do change, yes. So it does happen. But they have to be willing to change.
Most are like Tally. I'm going to turn my life around. But first,
I'm going to get high. But they have to be the catalyst for change.
Yeah. And I mean, isn't that the same thing with those rehabilitation centers? Like, don't you have to check yourself in?
For the most,
yeah. So,
Yep.
or at least be willing. Like even if someone brings you in, like a sponsor or something, you still have to be willing to, turn your life over. But at least in the Christian faith, I know for a lot of people that I went to school with, a lot of them believe that, oh, like I can change people, I can change their hearts, like I can be the one to help them find God. And it's like, we can be vessels for that. We can try and be a good example, but we are just as imperfect as like everyone else, right? So only God is going to change someone's heart truly, but we can try and be at least like a light to people. And that's what we try and do on the show. We try and be a light to people to show them good comics. But ultimately, if people don't want good comics, they're not gonna, watch the show. So that's fine.
Yeah, if they want to go right on, keep reading Newburn. You have at it. I will not join you in that journey, but you have at it reading that Netflix pitch.
Netflix burn, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, speaking of a great supporter of the show and someone who loves good comics, we've got George. What's up, George? For $5, my man. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. He says, "What Mike Baron comics do you all recommend?" Well, I know someone in the chat was talking about Bronze Star earlier, and Kyle and Drew actually got a chance to like see the original pages of Bronze Star 2 or Bronze Star 1 and 2. I think the book is $25. It's on his website right now, so you can find that. And that's like a cool old Western book. That would probably be more.
It's awesome.
Even cooler. Okay, that's probably more my go-to as opposed to like Thin Blue Line, right? Like I'm good. I don't need to read that. But this Bronze Star looks way cooler. And then honestly, any of his Punisher stuff, I can't really think of any like definitive storylines that Mike Baron has done. But I guarantee if you just type in Punisher, that's kind of what he's known for. And then Drew, did you say what was the other book? Nexus? Is that the one that?
Yeah, Nexus. That's the one that pretty much put him on the map back in the 80s, back in 1981, 82 at this point. Him and Steve Rude doing interiors. His run on the Flash was amazing too. He wrote that with William Messner Loebs. It was a terrific run. Pretty much establishing Wally West as the Flash. Did a great job on it. But cool. For me, it's Nexus. I love it. It's great sci-fi space adventure opera with it. They were almost made it an animated series, but just the fact you have a guy who's your hero, but he's also a space assassin. It's kind of hard to get that across the TV networks, but it's really good. And the Badger is a crazy read. Yeah, he's done a lot of great stuff.
Sweet. Kyle, do you have anything that you'd recommend? I know that he has a vast array of different books, but like I said, it's kind of tough to pinpoint, because I remember reading like a Punisher book and being like, who wrote this? And being like, oh shoot, this is Mike Baron, right? Whereas like you've got Chuck Dixon, who like has he has like a very, it's like, issue 1 through 6, I think, of Warzone. That's a definitive run of books where it's like Mike Baron spans like so many different issues. But is there a storyline or any issues or titles that you would recommend or anything?
No, those first few issues of Punisher are just awesome. I just remember those covers where you see Punisher with a bazooka outside of a window. It's just like
love it.
Runs are just like, holy. As a kid, you're like, that's holy shit. I gotta pick this up and read this and see what happens. It's like, those covers are just so great. So yeah, those first few issues of Punisher. I just picked up on eBay the trade paperback for Nexus, the first first series.
Okay.
So
Nice.
I picked that up because I just want to reread it. I read it a long time ago, but I wanted to get the trade.
Because he's launching. Well, he's going to be launching a new Nexus project on Kickstarter, and I really want to get, because Kyle, when you read it, it is so crazy. The different worlds, the different alien races. It's one of those things where you want to ask, like, how in the hell did you come up with all this? This is so insane.
That's what cool. I'm excited about. That's why I wanted to get it, and I wanted to read it. Hopefully, it gets here before we get a chance to sit and talk to him. But yeah, I wanted to read it and just see what it was about before I back the next series. And Bronze Star is awesome. It's a fun Western. It's badass. I just bought the hardcover black and white off of his website. So, because Pat Broderick on that art is just, he's a god. Like, I mean, see, I cannot get, I still have dreams about seeing that original art.
Yeah.
Like, holding it in front of my face and just being able to see it's absolutely amazing. So
the detail, man, on those pencils and inks, like you can see like the wood, like the splits and wood and stuff on the side of the barn doors, or saloon doors and stuff. You're just like, this is insane.
Yeah, and I told Pat, I'm like, dude, you must have a ball just being able to live in this world. He looks like Sam Elliott. I mean, he looks like a fucking cowboy. Like, he lives in this air. It's like in this time frame. So he's like, oh yeah. And he said, like, just the characters, the background characters, just like an old prospector. He's like, I get to draw this guy. Like, oh, here he is again. Like, I get to just fan out. It feels lived in, and it's just absolutely amazing.
That's so rad, man.
Yeah,
I love it. Well, there you go, George. Hopefully that helps, brother. Thank you again for the $5. We greatly appreciate that. And yeah, brother, let us know if you read any of Mike's stuff, and if you liked any of it, because like I said, we will be talking to him. As of right now, we will be talking to him next week. And so if you guys do your reading, you can have some questions for him in the chat that we can ask as well. So let's see. So you guys have some show and tell that you guys got from this past convention. You guys want to get into some of that before we move on to some of our first topics for the evening?
Well, I showed most of my stuff last week. I think on Sunday. We're going to show it again, or
it's up to you, brother. I know you got some things signed. I think it was your was it Ultimate Carnage signed?
Yeah. You know what? We'll save it for the after show. We'll save it for that. I'll pull them out.
Sounds good. And then
Kyle,
we didn't get to see Kyle's. Yeah, so I know Drew showed his off on the Max's Man Cave on Sunday, but
yeah. So I'll save that for last. But I picked up a bunch of other stuff, not at the con, but just stuff that's been sitting here, stuff that I, finally arrived. I finally have completed, I think, almost all of the run for all of the Halloween issues. So the series Halloween, the movie Halloween, there's 7 different fucking like 1-shot, 2-shot, 3-issue runs. That should have been 4, but were 3 or 2, and never got finished.
Ran out of money when we did 2.
Yeah. And so it's like, oh, issue 2 or 3, and I kept trying to find issue 3, and you finally find out, there was no issue 3 because but I finally picked up Halloween #1. This is the first appearance of Michael Myers in comic books.
Oh, so that's a big key. All right.
Yeah, that's the movie variant. So then I have Halloween 2 #1. This is titled The Blackest Eyes.
Okay.
And then Halloween 3 #1. This is titled The Devil's Eyes. So I picked up these 3. I already had Halloween Night. I had Halloween Night Dance. I got that trade paperback, which was retardedly expensive. And then I had Halloween, the First Death of Laurie Strode. Those 2 issues, because they're supposed to be 3, but only 2 came out.
Which is the best of all. The best of all the Halloween comics.
That was the best out of these 3. So this like an initial run. This is like immediately following like the movie.
Oh,
like
okay.
Issue 1 here is it gets into Kooky Town. Like it's a very by issue 3 it I don't want to spoil it, but it really goes off the rails quickly. Like it really goes down a road that
devolves into like
and how it ends, it's just like what? What?
So this is like such a rabbit hole for me. I didn't even know these things existed, and to hear that there's like a Halloween 1 or a Halloween 2 #1. You have like all these different splits of like Halloween. It's like the films. It's very much like the films where you're like,
and they're all incredibly different. So this one follows the original timeline with Tommy Doyle. Like he is like the protagonist in this, and then it turns into Dr. Loomis's son at one point is also a therapist who then he comes across Lindsay, the little girl from the first 78 version who keeps saying Michael's coming after her. I mean, and then issue 3 ends. I don't want to spoil it. I don't know why. It came out in 2001, but still, I don't want to spoil it, but it is so fucking stupid. I can't even. But I'm glad I have them. That's all I gotta say.
At least you're honest, and at least you have them. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There, like some things you have to get just for the either the coolness factor or the like, what would that be? Collectability factor. Oh no, my thumbs up thing went off again. Every time I need to count like this 1, 2 instead of like this now. Yeah. Does it do a double thumbs up? Yay! Hey, I'm so excited that we're here, guys. Just rock on. Woo! Yeah, let's go. Everyone, like once Wes found out that he could do that on his monitor, like the entire aficionado stream was just him doing that, and everyone was like, God, we hate you so much right now. But those are pretty cool, man. The fact that you have the first appearance of Michael in comics, that's pretty, or Michael Myers in comics, that's pretty dope.
Yeah. So I got those. That was a fun little pickup. I've been looking for this for a minute. I also got a Omega Men #3.
Oh
yeah, baby!
Lobo.
First Lobo.
Yeah.
Nice. Beautiful. Love that cover.
Yeah. Such a fun cover.
I mean, he's definitely not the Lobo we know and love, but it's still
a little different.
Yeah. He's got a little weird suit on. Looks a little bit more like Lipstick Lobo, but hey,
a little bit.
First appearance. It's a key.
First appearance. It's key. I think I
Are
paid
you
like
getting that for
$60.
Gunsverse? For the new Gunverse?
Of course, duh.
He's specking on, yeah.
I got a spec.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's gonna be the next big thing.
Hell yeah.
Okay. And the next one, this is just a series that I loved. It's an Elseworlds title that I had a lot of fun. It's called The Golden Age by James Robinson.
Oh, yeah, love it.
Ooh.
Got all 4 of the original, so 4 single issues. These are all
gorgeous.
Yeah, they're all. Oh God, I love these covers.
That is so cool. I love that. Yeah, the lettering is embossed in gold.
Yeah.
Whew.
Such a fun book.
Nice.
I loved this. This was.
Oh, that's a beautiful cover.
So cool. And then I also got the deluxe.
Have you ever read that, Max? Have you ever read The Golden Age?
No.
Oh, dude, you have to. It is going to blow your mind. It is so damn good. Especially when you get like the twist at the end. Holy crap! It's really going to blow your mind.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, like I didn't when I first read this because Drew had the trade, and like I'm like because I didn't know what Elseworlds meant as a kid. I didn't know. I thought this was like real, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here? Like, I don't want to spoil it, but I'm like, man, that is so wild. This is real. Then older, it's like, no, this is an Elseworlds title. It doesn't really matter. It's just kind of fun. But no, it's awesome. It's one of my favorites. I love that. So got that. This, speaking of Halloween, so the original novelization of the 78 Halloween is very expensive.
You got
it? Because they were out of print. And to find one under like $300 is like impressive if you can find it, because they just didn't print very many, and I never got a chance to read it. I never read it, and so I had no idea what was in there. And I saw a company called Printed in Blood was doing a special edition, like reprinting of it, which has never been reprinted before.
That's true.
And so I went ahead and picked up and backed it. This is a new hardcover illustrated version of the novelization of Halloween.
Ooh,
damn, that looks beautiful, man.
Yeah,
now,
so like
from
kind
what
of
I
like
recall, Kyle, like one of the big differences is that little Michael talks to his mom, saying, "Mom, I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing voices." She just kind of writes it off. Isn't that like one of the big differences?
I haven't gotten very like the beginning of this. Like this writer, like he brought in the Samhain thing, like in
It's
the
Sam
novelization.
Hain, Kyle.
It's
Sam
Hain.
Hain.
It is Mr. Sam Hain.
Mhm.
Oh, Mr. Hain, are we paying attention? But yeah, so he brought that in, like the original, because he said he wrote an introduction to this and how he brought up like trying to write a novelization for a horror movie is very difficult, and so
well, especially when your first film, because like a lot of these films back in the 70s and 80s were kind of just one-offs, right? Like they never thought that they would get a second chance, so they just wanted to tell a one and done story. So with Michael Myers, it's a perfectly encapsulated story. When they realize how much money they can make, it's like, oh, we got to do more. But it's like, how can you do more when the story's already been told? And so you have to start to introduce these like different elements of the lore and start to create new things, and it becomes convoluted. But at its core, at its essence, Michael Myers is just the I hate to use the same word twice, but the essence of evil, right? He is evil incarnate. Like that's like his persona. That's what the film is. And that's why he just will not stop. Like it doesn't matter. You hit him with a shotgun, you hit him with a knife, you blast him with a rocket. Like he just keeps coming back because he is what evil looks like and is in the world. That's what he like represents. I never really got into
the other was he was representation of a woman in her fear of losing her virginity. That was the other thing about that.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's men. Like Michael represents men in general coming after and women and what happens. Yeah,
gotcha. Okay,
a lot of that was back then. Like Friday the 13th, all that stuff dealt with sex, drugs, all that promiscuity as kids and teens. Yeah.
Well, especially because that was like was it during the Reagan era where that was the big thing, is like they felt like the metal music, the drugs, the alcohol, the promiscuity was like a direct attack
Satanic Panic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Satanic Panic, right before that's what ushered in Reagan and everything, and conservatism and all that. But yeah, so I decided to pick that up. It's very interesting. The introduction is very good, and him talking about looking at the script and being like, you see the first page, first line, it's like, exterior dark nights, you see a house, and he's like, well, how the fuck do I convey that in a novel? Like I could go on for 30 pages, but he's like, I only have a couple hundred pages to tell this entire story. How the hell am I going to do this? So it's good so far. I'm very interested to see how it differs from the movie, but I'm happy.
That's super rad, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you picked that up. Yeah, especially because I think you said the original novelization is like way too expensive. It's just
it's impossible. You can get a beat up piece of shit copy for like $300.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, like, I mean I spent about almost that much on a copy. I have a novelization for Escape from New York. I have the original novelization of it.
Oh, that's cool. All right, Snake Plissken, baby.
Not cheap. Oh yeah, it was not cheap at all. And it's cool because it really explores more of what happened in the world. That's what I want to know. What the hell happened to this world? When did everything go to shit?
See, that's a good question. But at the same time, there's a part of me that's like, when I watch the movie, that's like the last thing I think about. Like, I don't even care what happened, like why it's this way. I just want to learn more about Snake. Like, I want to, like, he's just such a charismatic figure, even though he's like silent throughout most of the film. You're just so intrigued by him and what this world is, that you're just you're learning more about what it is now, where it's like, oh, I don't really care how it happened, But for a novelization, it would be really interesting to get the backstory of that. So yeah.
Have you seen the original deleted? Have you seen the original deleted beginning to Escape from New York when he does a
I have
bank
not.
heist?
No.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on
It's
YouTube.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's him robbing a bank, and I think it's in Denver, the national whatever it's at, and yeah, you see what happened, how he gets caught.
Yeah.
I always it's like extended editions are funny because you have like something like Lord of the Rings extended editions, which are like the definitive edition, but then you have something like the Kingdom of Heaven extended edition, which makes the film exponentially worse. I mean, it is unwatchable. It's like a 3.5 hour long film, and it is comically bad. Like I give it a 2 out of 10, right?
Woo!
But then like the theatrical is like a 3 or 4 out of 10. So, but the extended like absolutely destroys the film that Ridley Scott made. It's so funny, but yeah. Oh well.
Speaking of, I finally was able to watch all 4 of the Hellraiser films on 4K.
Oh, did you really?
Oh,
I mean, they do get exponentially worse. The original Hellraiser looks fucking phenomenal on 4K.
Oh, in 4K.
Oh, it is
Nice.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Sound, everything is fantastic. Hellraiser Bloodline. Yeah.
you watched it without me? How dare you, Kyle?
Well,
so did you watch the work print? Did you watch the original work print that was made?
yeah. So they have 2. So they have the original work
Oh.
print, and then they have additional scenes of the work print also. Like, so I got to see some of the other stuff, like added scenes with like before in the French Revolutionist area. Yeah, they had some of that stuff, and it was cool being able to watch the work print cut. It's linear, so it actually kind of, you know, makes a little more sense. It's not kind of jumping back and forth all the time, but so it doesn't start in the future. It starts in France and works its way to the future. So I can kind of see how both are good and bad. But no, I digress. It was awesome. I just got to say, the first Hellraiser was amazing in 4K.
Yeah, that sounds cool. And the sound design, just chef's kiss.
It was so good.
It is. It just
Christopher Young.
It makes my insides crawl, man. It's just.
Mhm.
I mean, that's why it's from my Unholy Nightmare trailers. I used the Christopher Young score from Hellraiser. So.
Ooh, yeah, nice. We've got Derpy Hoggington for $2. Thanks, dude. Good to see you. He says, Kyle's #1 simp reporting for duty.
At ease.
At ease, soldier. Yeah. Oh man. And then and as an afterthought, he's like, "Oh, hey, Drew and Max, what's up? Yeah, whatever." But he's at full erect attention for you, Kyle. He is
As
fully
he should
torqued
be.
for you.
All
#1 simp reporting for duty. There you go. Well, thank you, Derpy, for the $2. I know that you like Kyle, and I know you love his takes, but the money goes to me. So I'm technically his pimp.
Yep.
No, okay.
I'm not a pimp.
But yeah, no, seriously, thank you, Derpy. We love your support. We appreciate it. As insane as you are, to have Kyle out of all 3 of us, to have Kyle as your no, he's got to do the salute like the old British, yeah, hup,
Lieutenant.
Yes, like they do in Master and Commander. They do this. It's like a little thing. They're like,
Tip of the cap.
yeah. But no, we appreciate it, Derpy. Love your support here. Thanks for being here, brother. So Mark McGrath, what's happening? Who's down with the MVP? Always love seeing you here, Mark. But to Mark's response, we have a really well thought out, response here, and I wanted to probably mention this. Am I down with MVP? To your point, my position is what it is that moreover than it is not. If he shows respect, I will reciprocate. It is just business. It is more move different, be great. I can explain it slower. Even I couldn't keep up with the comment, but MG, yeah, thank you. I follow. Hey, I'm all right with that. All right, I'm cool with that, MG. So be great. I can explain it slower. Appreciate that. I really have. I think that's why some of that is why he speaks that way, because I think some of it is to legitimately like confuse people because
I think so.
to say, right? So like if someone just comes at you with lots of words, you're just kind of like, what was your point? And it's like,
Yeah,
exactly,
what?
gotcha. And it's like, no,
You're stupid. Oh, all right. I'll reset. It's like, no,
Oh,
I'm not.
I can do it. I can do it slower for you. And it's like, no. It's not that I
No.
don't. Yeah.
Just take out all the prepositional phrases you're putting in there for no reason. It's like you're in high school writing a paper that has a word limit, and you're like 75 words. But it's like, fuck. Well, I'll just add introductory prepositional phrases.
You need 1,000 words, and you're like, dude, I'm at 500, and I do not have anything else. So you just start looking through the thesaurus. That sounds good.
Yep,
Sure, I'll put that in there.
That's how he talks.
Yeah. So shout out, MG. We've got $5 from Lane Kramer. Man, thank you guys for the super chat tonight. We really appreciate that. For Lane Kramer, he says, so it's going to cost me a Patreon for 3 months. But Aaron Sparrow and Wes at Thinking Critical are going to review the first 3 episodes of The Acolyte in June. Damn. Honestly, Lane, that's money well spent. Because Aaron is a highly intellectual individual and is really invested in Star Wars. Like he knows a lot about the Star Wars universe and the lore. I don't deal with Star Wars. I think it's lame, but that's just me.
Wow.
I know, right? So hot take. But having Wes and Aaron have to go through the cringe that is girl bossing too close to the sun, The Acolyte, from former Harvey Weinstein, former assistant Leslie Headland. Yeah, that's gonna be wild, man. So I appreciate the $5. Do we though? I think we know.
Wow.
I think we know at this point. It's been like 5 years. I think we know.
Wow.
So
all right.
But especially with everything that we've heard from behind the scenes and even at the Star Wars celebration when they had the cast of The Acolyte up on stage and none of them actually knew what Star Wars was. The one actor was like, Star Wars is great because it's always been about this constant, graying of it's never, black and white. It's never, good and evil. It's always a gray area. And I was like,
yeah,
Empire Strikes Back is like clearly black and white. It's like the dark side and the light side is like Jedi and Sith. Let's say
a New Hope, clearly black and white.
Clearly black and white. So, but yeah, these people know nothing of Star Wars.
That's who you want on Star Wars, though.
That's true.
I know a Ewok.
Yeah.
I know a Yoda. I love all the Star Wars. So
it's gonna be great. It's gonna be the best show. Hands down.
Well, it's got the Matrix girl, dude. She's great.
Oh, did you see her not do anything? That was cool.
Yeah, really cool. How they do the fight.
It's like blocking, but not fighting. Yeah. You know what? It's still gonna be better than the Gyro trailer.
Sorry, I got a call on my phone. That's so weird. So every time I get a call on my phone, it mutes my headphones. So it's like, oh, you have an incoming call. So I can't hear what you guys said. So I'm sorry if I missed something. But
thanks. I said it's still better than the Gyro trailer.
The Gyro. Oh, no. Kyle, how dare you?
Never. Wait.
What it is?
It's not.
It is that.
It's not, but it isn't though. And what you thought I said I meant was that it isn't, that it is, but it could be. Moreover, if you actually understood what I was trying to say, you would understand that it is what it is. Isn't that you think it isn't.
Oh, okay. Well, spoken like a true chomp.
Adapt or die. Thanks for the heads up. Sweet dreams, chilled. You took that like a chomp. It was meant to be a death blow.
Took it like a chump.
That's right, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know who these guys are. Why do they keep, making my show a bunch of detractors? Gosh. Dang it. Oh my God. Oh man. I won't say that out loud because that'll get clipped. But Lane Kramer, once again, dude, thank you for the 5. And you'll have to let us know. We will be, that's not our thing. I mean, if these guys want to watch the, Acolyte, by all means, please, but I will refrain from doing so.
Nope.
So,
I'll wait till
funny story. While we're talking about Star Wars, I watched Red Letter Media. They discussed Andor. I never watched Andor because I was just so just out of Star Wars. I had nothing to do with it, and they kind of have me wanting to check out Andor because it kind of sounds like a show I would kind of like.
Dude, honestly, Mahler and the guys over at EFAP, they are very harsh in their criticisms against Star Wars. And at this point, they're like, I don't want to see another lightsaber in my GD life, right? And even Mahler and the EFAP guys were like, Andor is very well done. So I would check it out. Even me as like not a big Star Wars fan, even I was like, dude, I think I would like Andor a lot because it's very well paced. It sounds like the characters are really like deep. Like there's a lot of really great character development, and it takes its time. Like it sounds like it's a very slow show, and I would much prefer that than lightsabers. It's like what, in the Acolyte trailer, what did they do to get everyone hype? Oh my God, it's like millions of lightsabers. And it's like,
I like lightsabers though. They're fun.
I know a lightsaber.
There's a red lightsaber.
Yeah, I like the colors when they're so bright.
Yeah.
But it just reminded me, was it at the end of it when they're talking about Andor, Rich Evans has kind of ruined the whole thing. He's like, oh, just watch Stellar skateboard. He's going to wind up being a Jedi. And that cane he has is actually a lightsaber, and like the crystal, this was most valuable possession is actually the Kyber crystal.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I always think of what was it? Was it Obi-Wan with Riva? That stupid Riva soundbite, and then you've got as Obi-Wan is underneath the rocks, he's thinking about little Leia instead of like Qui-Gon Jinn, who is like the most epic Jedi ever. So just stuff like that where I'm just like, they don't know how to tell good Star Wars stories. They don't. But even if I did,
Leia was never his fucking mission. I hate that. She was never, ever his mission.
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Last I checked, it was Luke.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It was someone said it should have been A History of Violence or A Legacy of Violence. What's that movie called with Viggo Mortensen, right? A History of Violence.
History of Violence.
Yeah. They said that Obi-Wan should have been that. A guy who is trying to restrain himself or refrain from like interacting with young Luke, but keeping him safe from like all these outside things that might hurt him. And so he's having to like use his force powers and stuff. Like, I don't know. It just seemed more interesting.
One of the plot. Have you seen the film, Max? A History of Violence?
A lot, like early high school, I believe. So it's been a while.
Oh yeah. It came out literally 20 years ago. But the plot twist was that Viggo, he was at scene like, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about. But it turns out he says, oh yeah, it is me. Yeah, I am that guy. I just buried him away. But it's like, but the thing was, it'd be difficult to do that type of plot with Obi-Wan when it's like, we know who you are. You can't hide this. Right? You can't lie about this.
Well, let's move on from boring Star Wars and talk about something that people actually like, and that's Spider-Man, the amazing Steve Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man. And look who it is. It actually looks like Spider-Man. Like that's Peter and MJ and like a family. And these are all beautiful homage covers. to Ultimate Spider-Man number 4. These are all done by J. Scott Campbell. But yeah, these are all homages of Campbell's previous covers that he's done for Spider-Man. But damn, dude, what do you guys, have you guys seen these before? Have you guys seen these yet? And what do y'all think about these covers homaging the like old Black Cat versions of these? So
they're not bad. They're good. I mean, I
Not
personally,
bad.
mate. Okay, they're not bad. Okay, personally, mate. I'll just say the my favorite one is that one on the bottom, the light blue one where she's got the Spider-Man shirt on. That's my favorite one.
Yeah, this one.
She's got a pearl necklace. Oh, yeah, it's nice.
Oh
Good for
yeah.
her.
Oh yes, she does. Oh, yeah.
Very subtle.
It's a metaphor,
right?
Yep.
It's like in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, where they're zooming, like or they're doing like Skype, and he's like, "Can you get closer to the microphone?" And she's like, "Oh, like this." And he's like, "Yeah, now back up a little bit." And she's like doing this on the video camera.
That's a nice
And then he
necklace.
goes,
Did you have that before?
Yeah, did you have that before? Oh God, sorry. Anyway, I just whenever I hear pearl necklace, I always think of that scene. So
Me too.
but yeah,
this is
so
my
you were
favorite.
saying this is your probably favorite. Okay.
Oh yeah, I think that one's going to probably be the all around favorite. In my opinion, I think it will be. This one, it should be in theory, but her ass is too flat, in my opinion.
What? Oh my God!
She's got white girl ass. Just as Will Ferrell put it in Get Hard, she's got white girl ass. It's flat.
Wow. Well, you heard it here first, folks. Chat. If Drew's looking for a lady, it's got it. This is too little. But
it's too Brie Larson. It looks like I feel like I'm too Brie Larson right there.
Could be.
But where are her innards, Drew? Where are her organs? She needs innards and organs, Drew.
It's true.
I see a chesticle right there. She's got a big heart. So that's what matters.
Yeah. She's great big personality. So no, I love this one. She looks cute. She looks like she's, finally with Peter. You got the kids instead of because in the original it's Black Cat and Peter, and then MJ's in the back. But no, I like this one. She's got the little like Daisy Dukes on. So, honestly, I think this one's my favorite though. As odd as that seems, it's like you go from what single life is like a 20-year-old MJ is to then like motherhood, and I just love the cover. It's like I especially like it, I think, because so many people are pushing back against this whole idea of like motherhood and why it's like, oh, it's toxic, or like, women don't actually want to be mothers. They're forced into it because of, patriarchy and all this stuff. But then you see this cover and it's like, man, she loves being a mother to her 2 kids, and she's happy that she's with Peter, so.
Is she, or is she looking like kind of out that window, like maybe I can kill myself if I jump out this way?
She's wondering where's Paul at? Where's the jackpot armband? To make.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I wonder if we could ask J. Scott Campbell, be like, is she really happy here, or does she like secretly? Is she looking out that window going, man, these kids are getting on my nerves?
God, I can't wait. I just want to throw myself out this fucking window.
This is interesting. I did not realize that Graham Nolan shit on these covers, saying what's wrong with the industry. Damn.
Whoa.
Low effort cash grabs. I mean, like, okay, here's the thing.
I don't disagree with that.
And that's the thing. Homage covers, I am not a fan of. I don't despise them. I think they are low-hanging fruit that lazy artists tend to do. However, haven't Spider-Man fans been like clamoring for Peter to get back with his family? So J. Scott Campbell goes, all right, I can do that, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I won't buy these, but they're okay. I mean, I think Campbell can do better, but
yeah,
they're okay. Like it's the typical Ultimate Spider. I mean, the series is good, Like it's not great.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah,
keeps jacking it off. Like it's a good like these covers
yeah.
fit perfectly with the Ultimate Spider-Man comic. Like they're good.
Yeah,
They're not great.
Yeah.
and that's true. I mean, I think Mark Miller maybe had posted this one, the one where she's like on the couch, saying like, "Oh my God, this is a work of art. This is like the most beautiful thing ever." And don't quote me on that. I forget if it was Mark or if it was someone else on Twitter, but I know that someone had posted that image and was like, "This is what comics is about. Like getting back to this." So I guess you could see the polar opposite with Graham's take, which is like, this is everything wrong with comics. So that's really interesting. I didn't see Graham say that, but but yeah, I don't know. I just think these are
Graham
really
should
fun.
know better. Looking at the cover he did for the Ripperverse, it's like, Graham, you know when people are just kind of phoning it in and just taking a paycheck. Like, Graham, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. But the other thing too is like for a lot of artists, you know, you see the phrase "take pride in your work" being shared, but if artists are getting paid minimum wages, like bottom of the barrel wages, for art that probably won't be seen by a ton of people on a project that is going to get made fun of or not even read, it's really tough for these artists to really put their best foot forward and care. But if someone says, "Oh, if you do an homage, though, you can make tons more money," why would these artists do anything different than just a bunch of homage covers, right? So there is a factor that I think a lot of people have to think about, which is like, you know, I'm sure a lot of these artists are just tired and they're like, "Listen, I'll just do another homage cover and make 10 times the amount of money that I normally would." I don't know, but
why? I mean, Todd McFarlane's done it. Everybody's done this shit. How fast did it take for him to homage his Amazing Spider-Man #1 cover?
Oh my God.
What, like 13 issues in and it's already homaging himself? It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, come on, don't act like
as soon as that #1 cover, as soon as that the Spider-Man 1 was popular, when that hit, G.I. Joe instantly did a Snake Eyes #1 special edition homaging his Spider-Man 1 cover with his art that got rejected by Larry Hama. So, yeah, it didn't take long at all.
It doesn't. It's like,
yeah.
Now, if you're homaging yourself, sort of thing, it's like, Jesus, like you're homaging yourself. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it would be like if we made a video homaging ourselves instead of like goofing on internet personalities. Like if we just did a video referencing ourselves, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't know.
I've got some comments here. Wanted to just really quickly pass over, or not pass over, but comment on. MG says Spawn now is the title to be reading, or at least looking at. The best part is McFarlane is not writing it. Well, you had me at McFarlane not writing it. So yeah, I don't know. Drew, Kyle, did you guys read Spawn, or have you guys been reading Spawn?
Spawn's been all right. Spawn's been okay. Same with Twitch this week. It was something.
That was something.
King Spawn was really good. Granted, Todd did have a hand in the plot in that one. King Spawn was actually good. I do recommend that one. But
okay.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like just maybe just back off a little bit on the plot. Do a cover. How about that? How about that, Todd? Do a cover or two. How about that?
There you go. Yeah, no, I pretty much gave up all my Spawn stuff when they came out with Spawn Unwanted Violence, or Unwanted Violence. Was that the one?
It was Wanted.
Wanted.
Oh, it was Warranted and Wanted, and it was all of that. So I pretty much I gave up after that because I was like, McFarlane is writing this piece of shit. Okay, no, I'm good. I'm done now. MG here. This one's for you, Kyle. I finished The Crow this week. The opening or forward or whatever by O'Barr was rough. Kyle actually read that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said it sets the tone for that whole story.
Yeah. And you read that on our stream that we went over The Crow that week. And dude, that forward almost brings me to tears every time. Like that dude is just, he is the envisionment of what I picture when I listen to The Cure. Like I listen to The Cure
Yeah.
or I listen to like the Smiths or who else? I don't know. Anything like that. Joy Division. And I immediately am just like, The Crow.
The Crow.
The Crow. Beneath the trees where nobody sees in the bees of my trees gotten in my teas is really good, just not my cup of tea. Well,
Okay.
JK, if you do have a copy of the Beneath the Trees where nobody sees under the leaves, you could get some money for it because it's a spec book. So
Oh yeah.
I like it. I thought it was. I thought it was
prospectors.
Yep.
oh,
I didn't-
them old specters.
I didn't think it was anything to write home about, but it was okay, I guess.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, it's an interesting concept that I'd probably read in a trade. I don't know if I'd read the single
Probably.
issues. So
Yeah.
MG says I don't even have a Marvel book anymore. This week's issues of Hulk removed itself from my pull list. Did you guys read Hulk this week? I didn't read it this
Hulk
week.
I did not read Hulk.
It
Oh.
sucked.
What
Yeah.
happened? It was doing well.
Is that chick
Bad
Hulk
art.
yet?
No, it was just we're in New Orleans and we're walking around and we have shitty art and Hulk is
Yeah,
better
the
than
old
Hulk.
lady with the store. Like she's like
Yeah.
possessing people or something. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, well, that's sad to hear because I know that you guys were enjoying Hulk and it was actually going a good direction. But maybe this was just a misstep. They'll get back on track, right?
I hope so.
Mm.
JK says I got a crowdfunded book yesterday that I'd have to rate as a 2. Oh my god, that's bad.
Whoa.
Out of how many? Is it a 2 out of 5? Is it a 2 out of 2?
Mm,
It could be good.
2 out of
2 out of
3,
2. 2 out of 3.
2 out of 2, 2 out of 4, 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Oh, was this Rock and Roll Ninja? Because those are going out.
Oh,
I
interesting.
completely
I
forgot
have
about that.
heard
Mine should be showing up
yeah.
at some point.
some point to someday. But she says kind of disappointing because the packaging was the best I've gotten. Damn. Maybe they tried to package it so well that you're like, I don't need to open this.
Mm.
I don't need to read this.
Yeah.
JK, what book was it? I'm curious now. You
Yeah.
can say it. You don't need to hide it. We
Yeah.
are
Say it.
communicative here.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Shout out to JK. Josh McDonald says Kyle's wife. Please, Kyle, stop buying comics. We need to buy diapers for our little one. And then Kyle says, I'd advise you get to potty training.
Actual dialogue every night.
Poor Mrs. Kyle. She's like, please, honey. Please,
I just tune her out. I have noise canceling headphones. I don't hear a word she says.
like, huh? Babe, I'm reading ISOM. I can't understand a word you're saying right now.
Shut up.
So but yeah, I think MG is talking about the Campbell covers.
Yep.
Yeah, at least they tried to please the fans, I guess. But
Sure.
and then there was one other thing. You got his Geiger books today. Sweet, nice, Jose.
Okay.
All right, JK says out of 10 between Demons and Angels. Have you guys heard about that one? I don't know about that one.
No, I looked it up. It's under fundmycomic.com and the art does not look too appealing. I've never heard of this.
Damn.
Maybe
Maybe it's like
$300.
What's up?
And met and exceeded its goal of $300. So that's good.
$300.
$300, yeah.
How many people
That was the
backed
goal.
it? 5?
16. Close.
Okay.
16?
Yeah. Well, it raised $1,200. So 16 backers, $1,200.
That's still pathetic, but damn.
Hey, you got to start somewhere, though, right?
And yeah, but do you though? I mean, should you? Should you?
All right, Kyle. When your comic comes out, I'll make sure not.
Hey,
to
it'll
buy
never
it.
happen. All right,
Oh.
take it easy. You watch it.
Oh yeah, Kyle.
Watch
Trust
it.
me. Yeah, we're waiting.
You know how everyone's like, "Oh, subscribe to MVP's channel." I'm gonna be like, unsubscribe and don't purchase Kyle's comic. Okay.
Hey, it'll never come out, so don't worry about it.
And we got Jim. What's up, Jim? Good to see you, brother. He says, Jim's wife, stop buying comics. We need to buy diapers. Jim, not for your 18-year-old kids yet. It's for you guys. Y'all are getting old. So depends, right? And that's the adult.
Yeah. The oops, I crap my pants brand.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially when you're reading shitty comics, you're just like, I can't even. I don't have the willpower to move. I'm just gonna take a dump in my diaper, in my adult diaper. But well, let's see here. So the next.
All right,
thing
I got one more.
One more show and tell. Yeah, please.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is from the show. So there was somebody there who I haven't met at a show yet, Mark Bagley.
Oh.
Yeah. Infamous artist Mark Bagley. And so I was like, you know what? I want to pick up a copy of Venom Lethal Protector #1. I have a slabbed 9.6 newsstand already. So I'm like, I'll just find a cheap one there and have him sign it. And I found one for like $15. And I was like,
hey, that's
cool.
pretty good for the main cover A Lethal Protector.
Yeah. Like $15. Right. I'm like, sweet. I was like, I'll go get it signed. And he's a guy that if it's personalized, it's free. And so I was like, shit, I need to have I'll have him personalize it. Fine. And so I said, hey, Mark, love your stuff. If you can sign my book. He said, sure. He said, you want it personalized? I'm like, yeah. And I'll be using Ripison. Just wait. He'll take me on in no time.
Kyle, you're small fry. All right, we don't take any small fries around here.
Whoa, now, hey.
I mean, maybe if
you won't exist doesn't mean that
oh man, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was just laughing my ass off thinking about that. But
just wait, I can't wait. And so I went up to Mark. I said, hey, can you personalize it? He said, sure. I said, all right. My name is Kyle. However, like I do to everybody. However, it's spelled very oddly. It's very weird. It's Kiel. And I just like everybody else. I said, trust me, everyone's giving me shit for it my entire life. But just
even
fucking
Neil
Adams.
My
goddamn name, asshole. Yeah, just like Neil Adams almost hit me, and I'm like, okay.
That's fair. As he should. He has every right to. He's Neil Adams.
Yes, he does. Yes. And he's lucky he was old. Otherwise, I would have fucking just. Yep. I would have smashed that fucking hand of his. So you have to see what you're doing now. And so he proceeds to sign it and everything. I'm like, sweet. And I look at it and I notice, I'm like, I almost was like, you must be the dumbest motherfucker on the face of the planet. Like, I almost said, are you fucking retarded? Like, I almost went
wow, that bad, huh?
Because this fucking dipshit can't even spell my name right when I tell him to spell my fucking name. This fucking idiot, this dumb piece of shit fucking asshole can't spell my. No, I'm kidding. I said, I said my name's actually spelled Kiel, like I told you.
Like I told. Oh, that wasn't passive aggressive at all. Like I told you.
I'm like, you just ruined my $15 book now.
Wow.
And so he's like, hey, give me a print. Give me a print. So we threw in a print, and there he spelled my name right. Yeah. So
hey, there we go. There we go.
So
that is hilarious. That's really funny.
So it is a true one of one. So if anybody out there spells their name Kiele and wants a copy of the Lethal Protector
dude, you should put that up on eBay and see if there are any Kyles. Kile.
Yep.
So
I should.
Your new name should be Kyle, not Kyle.
It should be Kile. It is Kile. And I was like, Gavin Smith, this art print way in there, the Watchman, this one, Rorschach.
Yeah.
He spelled it. That on there is Kile also. So
Oh, so it's happened twice now. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
2. Utah. Give me 2. So
damn.
Yeah.
Wait,
And I got
2?
people asking me how I got a normal name. It's like, hey, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Because you were the
What if-
first. By the time Mom got to me, she was just like, "I don't give a fuck. Spell it. Who gives a shit?"
Oh man. Well, I wonder if like instead of Drew, it's like short for like Timothy and Drew put together, so it's like Drewathy or something dumb like that. But no, it's just Drew. So thanks, Mark. Mark.
Yeah, I'm like, good thing is you can't fucking write for shit.
Damn.
God, I
Well,
tell you how
that's
to spell it and you can't, you fucking moron.
That's
Like,
hilarious,
Jesus.
man.
Yeah.
I am so sorry that that he did not spell your name correctly. It's a beautiful book and a beautiful cover, but I wonder, like, does that add any humor to it? Like, I mean, of course it adds humor, but at the same time, it's kind of like, damn, that sucks, but it's really funny. I don't know.
I mean, $15, I don't give a shit. It's fun. It's a fun story. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not as funny as Donny Cates writing "Fuck you, Kyle" on a Venom variant. You know, that's
Correct. Yes.
That's even funnier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on a very expensive Venom book.
Yeah. Well, that's that's different.
At the time, it was not an expensive book. At the time, I just got it for cover price, but that surely went up.
Oh yeah, all that whole Venom series, man. It's hard to like the Venom series and the early issues of the Thor series are really expensive because I think it's Thor issue 2 or 4 or something. That's the first appearance of
Black Winter.
Black Winter,
Yep.
and so you get a lot of books in those 2 early runs that are pretty expensive now. Zach's, unfortunately, Josh is with us in spirit. He was in the chat earlier. I don't know what he's doing now, but he will be with us on Sunday. So we'll hang out Sunday for Easter Sunday, and he'll be hanging out with us there. But yeah, man, no, I'm glad that you got that signed. I'm just sorry that it happened that way, but it's a really good story, and that's what's even better. So,
Of course, and
you,
so
you should have
a
You should have a short box of just all the mistakes, like the Donny Cates book, this book, and just all the different Kyles. So
I'm reading the chats. Jim from Weird Science, he posted one about the Mr. Miracle #1 signed by Tom King. I think he just beat all of us with that.
Wait, Tom literally wrote, "I hate your fucking guts." I need proof of this.
Yeah, we need
Jim.
proof.
You need
of
to post
that.
this on Twitter. There's no way.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because I was about to say, then good thing I feel the same way about him. So there you go.
Yeah.
Right
back at you.
Oh, okay. He said he wrote it.
Wow. Harley, what's happening, my dude? Good to see you, brother. It's been a while. Happy Good Friday to you, sir. And thanks for being here tonight. So I kind of before the show, I was talking to these guys and I was saying that WonderCon is this week or weekend, excuse me. And it's like from Friday to Sunday here in Anaheim, California. I normally go, but I wasn't able to make it this year. So I had a buddy kind of phone in, and he's kind of been giving me some inside scoops for some of the con exclusives and for some of the what would you call those? The press junkets and like the schedule for actual convention like meetings. What would you call those when
the panels?
The panels, yes,
panels.
thank you. I don't know why I forgot. Yeah. So he just texted me a video from one of the panels, and I gotta show this to you guys because this is hilarious. So this is WonderCon 2024. This is their Marvel panel, and this is them talking about the next books that they're going to come out with. So here we go.
God. This is breaking news. It's literally
We want
just
to defeat capitalism. We are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
What?
Wow.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus.
It's a good point.
Can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you,
Fuck
Conrad.
you,
That's a
piece
good
of
point.
shit.
Is there a speaker against name or chapter pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Breaking news from Marvel, everyone. That was a Marvel panel here at WonderCon this year. So
That's not surprising. That was Alyssa Wong there at the podium. So
obviously that's not real. So sorry to break your bubble. Burst
no,
your bubble.
it happened. But it's just not, it did happen, but it's not the Marvel panel.
Oh well, yeah, no. This is an actual panel.
That's a panel. Yeah.
That is a real panel of legitimate people. Those people exist. But oh my god, dude, that makes me laugh every single time I watch it. God, I was so confused. Zax, I saw that. Yeah, that was just so freaking funny. I want to die.
Yeah,
really, I have to what? Yeah, how those people function in society, how how any of them are alive today. I can't foster that thought. How they're alive, how they manage to get it through the day.
It's like, how do you get anything done, right? Like you have a goal. Like you come into this panel and you go, okay, here's our goal. This is what we need to do today. All right, let's get started. And you have these idiots keep interrupting you and being like, part of personal privilege.
It's like, what? What a privilege! Like, shut the fuck up! No, shut your fucking dumbass down. No, I reject it.
There's another one that's point of personal or point of information. So there's point of personal privilege and point of information. So like one of them was point of information. Please, when you're speaking, speak directly into the microphone like I am, so that everyone in the back can hear you effectively. Thank you. Like it's just so funny. So you have point of personal privilege and now.
Look, Matt, when this video started, I honestly thought it was Alyssa Wong talking about her new whatever series from Marvel, like talking about like a new Spider-Woman series. Like, okay, yeah, she's talking about defeating capitalism. Alyssa Wong, that makes sense. So,
that's why like if I were to present this seriously, like, oh, this is a Marvel panel at a conference or like at a convention, like I guarantee most people would be like, yeah, that tracks. This makes sense.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that's X-Men. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
This is an X-Men panel.
Yeah.
To defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Yeah. What is point of personal privilege?
I don't know. Like, what does that mean? Why are you saying that? Like, what the? You're not. Shut the fuck up. Like, no.
But like, because what's interesting is that if everyone has a point of personal privilege, like, what if I think she's actually talking too loud, but then someone comes up and they're like, point of personal privilege, she's talking way too low. I can't hear her. How is anyone supposed to get anything done?
But how is that personal? But how is that a privilege? Like, what are you saying? Like,
yeah, no, that
my what? Like, I don't It's like, what? What are you saying? How is this a privilege? Like,
here's what I'm going to start doing. Whenever we do our comic reviews for the week, if either of you have something that I don't agree with in the comic, I'm just going to say point of personal privilege. Excuse me, I actually liked this portion of the comic. So, and then you can't argue with me because it's my point of personal privilege. So,
nope.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him.
Oh, good. Thank you. I need to know who you are, where you're from, and what you identify as. Thank you.
Fucking bitch. God.
I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know it's
then sit over there or some bullshit. Like I don't know, like the world will not revolve around you.
Go fuck yourself. Get out of here. I don't know.
So here's the funny part. There's another video that talks about this exact video. But they zoom in on the next guy who's like point of privilege, who's like trying to breathe, and it's like, but also speak at the same time. And they highlight this individual, and I was just, oh my god, you can see.
Please tell me he's cosplaying as a Pokemon.
Close. They're cosplaying as a different gender.
Noise level down. All you have to say, you don't need a 10-minute speech to make a simple request like that. Now, he said guys.
Guys.
I said guys in my little example.
Yeah, so guys, sorry.
Guys.
Can't do that no more. Can't do that anymore.
And he said guys. So look at this person right here. They get intensely triggered when the person at the microphone says guys. I mean, you could see it just flare up right there, right when the person says guys. He goes, oh, God, you.
So bad. You can see the arm, and so we'll continue.
Don't say God. Oh, I got it.
Oh.
It's the privilege on this guy. Nobody's intentionally misgendering any.
That person almost tripped running to that microphone. They were so upset. And that's the same guy who is like, it's
affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
That's this guy.
Okay, is there a speaker?
Did you say thank you, comrade?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Yeah, look at her face. She's like, is this bitch serious?
Like, what?
Even she's like, what is happening right
Even
now?
she's that split second, she's thinking, you know what? Maybe this whole thing was not a good idea.
Yeah,
she's like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Yeah. Maybe the asteroid should come sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're right. She does say comrade. Yeah.
God fucking damn it.
Because if you're comrade, you aren't. Thank you, John. Thank you, Stephanie. It's just thank you, comrade.
So
no one is an individual.
You should have said, instead of saying hey guys, you should have said hey comrades. In the future, can you not talk? Because it bothers me when people talk around me.
I believe so. I think that's the correct language to use. But yeah, but you're right. I mean, that's the whole point. MG is like, this is why I joke that this is a Marvel conference, because this is like what they're alluding to whenever they try and write their books for this audience. So damn, Josh McDonald for 21 months, dude. Thank you so much. That is awesome. That is nearly 2 years. 2 years almost. He says, what's bad is that this is not that far off from what some of the people who ask questions during panels at cons. You're not wrong. Like, this is how some of the individuals at comic conventions sound.
Oh, I'm stuck behind them in lines, unfortunately, for hours, and I have to listen to their fucking mission statements droning on about God knows what. Yeah. They're always autistic, and they're always one loud noise away from getting in a fight with somebody, and so I'm just always on the edge. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. There was another this guy. Yeah, this guy's good. We'll listen to this guy for a second.
Is he going hunting in the jungle? What the hell's going on?
I'd say he wants to fuck Che Guevara.
Oh yeah, the green army green jacket, and the red bandana. He's
well, Che was gay, so
Oh, okay.
Thank Natalie for flattering me. The truth is, I'm
Oh my God, it does look like Don. Breaking news, guys. Donnie is at the Marvel convention.
Oh, Donnie's there.
Donnie's here. He's back. He's gonna save the comic book industry.
All right, let's hear what he has.
Let's see what he has to say. Oh my God, Kyle, thank you for providing us with this. This news. This clip.
That's it for me. You've been good, everybody.
You've been good, everybody. I think I think Gail Simone actually introduced him here, so that's great. We've got some X-Men, artists and creators. We got an A-list panel here.
Oh, I thought it was Leah Williams. Oh, never mind.
Whoever this lady is right here, she's my spirit animal.
That is Louise Simonson. That is Louise Simonson looking down in shame. This is the company I'm writing for right now.
Wanting to die.
Oh my God, that's so real. Yeah.
Put the foot of socialism forward, in the best way possible, and create more socialists.
I thank Natalie for flattering me. The truth is, I'm not the leader of security here. Y'all are. Everybody is responsible for the collective security, safety, and everyone's needs being met here, keeping each other safe, keeping each other secure, and making sure that everybody is able to fully participate in this convention. We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disabilities. So it's up to us to modify that space to make sure that everybody is able to move in the ways that they need to move. First of all, in this room, I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these. And additionally with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid waving banners, right? You don't know what to do, show up these, right? I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can communicate to each other without needing to rely on something that's going to hurt somebody else. We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of options of these, right? On 7, there's one that has video but no sound. If you still want to be able to observe the convention, the sound is an issue.
Captions?
There's also on Piedmont 8, a completely quiet room. One thing to note there, please don't go into that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent, for instance, right? Because that's...
So you can't smell a certain way now.
What does that mean? Donnie, what are you doing, dude?
Donnie, man. I thought you were going to talk about X-Men.
Yeah, or Venom or something.
To take it back to how we opened the show, Jesus died for all of this. Jesus died for all of this. Let's remember that.
He did. But he also died. This is why it's hard to say because he did something that no other person will ever be able to do. The perfect incarnation of God's Son brought to earth, and was a perfect sacrifice for us. And the only thing that we can do is pray for individuals like this who may not know the glory of God, so because this is what hell looks like. I mean, let's be real. Like this panel is what hell is. So I was trying to think of a good way to try and say that, but
that's going to be difficult for people. The principle of collective security is we don't want to put people in stressful situations that they don't consent to, right? And we have to be accountable to each other that our actions might have negative consequences for other people. We're also talking about de-escalation, right? Because people are going to have different experiences of things that some others might think is normal heatedness. And I think in some of that, there's an inevitability there, but it's going to be really traumatic for people if we're not making an affirmative effort to de-escalate each other and de-escalate ourselves, right? If you are having a conflict with somebody, feel free to step away, right? We're going to make sure that you can.
So if you disagree with someone, just walk away. Just don't even talk to them. Just walk away, right?
That works every time.
Yeah.
Max, speaking of sports ball, I forget what the coach's name was. This is going back to the late 90s, early 2000s. It was 2 collegiate coaches. One was giving a press conference, and the other coach was yelling at him in the press conference. Coach,
Oh, yeah.
And I forget. He was like, I'm gonna kill you. Just like get ready to go out there and people having to hold him back. It is hysterical. It's like,
really?
Stuff like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, it happened. I forget who it was. I gotta try to find it. It was great.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, and
Josh.
it was Cheney. It was Cheney. He was the coach. That was his name.
Oh.
Yeah, covered. Yeah. Give me 1 minute.
Oh my god. I can't say this out loud, but this is very funny as well. He was like, you know what? This is better.
Yep.
It's terrible. Oh man. But it's very funny. Thank you, Josh. And so Donnie talks a little bit, but then I think what's his name? Who is the Tiny Onion. Tiny Onion comes up. Even he gets to talk a little bit. So Brianna Wu talks for a second.
We're going to go through adopting the rules. So with that, everyone, we're going to start voting. So let's take a deep breath.
But this is Tiny Onion, James Tiny Onion here.
Great. And so I'm going to welcome Brian to give the credentials report.
Hi, everybody. Brian Laverne. I'm from Houston. So
oh my God,
I will begin reading the summary. In the complete report.
Point of personal privilege.
Oh.
There are people at the back who are having problems hearing. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
So move up, you fucking dumbass.
Great. So
I've
heard.
Hi, I motion to amend the report to strike the East Bay Locals winning slate 6 lowest ranking delegates, who are Shane R., Emma G., Andrew R., Max L., Richard M., and Charlie H.
I'm on that
from
list.
the list of delegates
You said
from
Max.
the East Bay Local of DSA, and that top vote receiving alternates, including Bonnie L., Colin PBM, Dan E., Ted F., Colin M., and Jackie A., be added to that list.
No one's listening to you.
I've heard a motion and a second. Could I hear your name and your chapter?
Hi, my name is Onlin Wang. I use he, him, and I'm from Philadelphia.
There's a motion to amend the roster to substitute 6 members of the. Yes. Could someone please run a mic to the comrade in the jean jacket, of which there are many?
Whoa, shut up. Easy.
No, everyone laughed, and then I'm pretty sure someone was like, "Hey, shut up," or like, "Stop talking." Yeah. Imagine trying to get anything done. It would take days to try and agree on one thing.
That's why communism doesn't work, right?
No, it doesn't.
I simply had a question.
Sorry, could we? Thank you.
Yeah, can we? Thank you.
I simply had a question on if it's allowable for members of a different chapter to substitute members of an unrelated chapter. I mean,
no.
It is. Great.
Look at that dude. Look at Tiny Onion. He wants to just be like, God damn it all to hell.
Even
like,
Tiny Onion's like, I don't want to be here, dude. So the guy who speaks on the mic next is hilarious because he's saying what we're all thinking, but he's actually here at the convention. So yeah.
So point of clarification in that the chair gave a report. There was a verbal second from the audience on the report of which was given. And then there was a motion for an amendment to that. What are we actually talking about at this point? And then what is the vote going to be?
Thank you.
We need to be very.
What the fuck are we even talking about here?
Can I leave or what? Like,
oh man.
That was in 2019.
That was like, that was 5 years ago.
I hope they're all. Never mind. Nope.
Yeah. I hope they're all with Jesus. I hope they have found him because that's the only way out of this purgatory.
Only thing that could save him right now.
Yeah, for real. That or a meteor. So.
I think they're still in that convention hall trying to get something passed.
Yeah,
trying to figure out how to open the doors.
Yeah, 5 years later, they're like, point of personal privilege.
Oh, God.
Well, that's an exclusive look, guys, from Marvel at WonderCon this year. So thanks for tuning in. But yeah,
I'm excited.
Looks good. I mean, hey, it's promising. I know they're gonna come to a decision sometime soon here, but yeah. All right, let's get that out of here. And let's talk about. Oh boy, so. Woo. Recently, there's been some drama, some controversy controversy surrounding Ed Piskor. I almost said Jim Rugg, but it's Ed Piskor. He has recently been found to have been texting younger women who are not of the consenting age. And this has caused a huge uproar within the comics community and just like in general. And the text messages go from like, just flirty to then creepy and then just sometimes downright despicable. Some of the text messages or the DMs are reciprocal, where like the woman is also being like flirty and cute and whatnot. But that's not our place to judge. Like we talked about a lot of this on Sunday night, but I just wanted to kind of give an update to this because there's been a lot of talk around Ed Piskor, what's going to happen with the channel, what's going to happen with his reputation. But I wanted to show this clip because, dang man, even the news has gotten on top of this one. But what do you guys have? Do you have any thoughts or anything since last week when this initially broke? Have you guys thought about anything with this news as of late? Now that we have kind of more information, and we'll look at Jim Rugg.
Yeah.
I've got Conan on the brain. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I really hope not, because I like Jim Zub. So.
I mean, I'm all for not canceling people. I honestly, I'm in the Me Too movement. It was what it was, and some good came out of it, a lot of bad came out of it. Just all that. It's like I'm not for automatically canceling a guy before the entire story comes out. It's like let's hear from both sides. Unfortunately, we're not hearing both sides of a story. We're really only getting one side of a story, and it's very difficult to try to be on somebody's side when you're not saying anything. And now I understand a lot of people don't until they get all their ducks in a row, you talk to lawyers, figure out what your best options are. I get it. But it's like when you're only hearing one side of a narrative for this long, the damage control is getting worse and worse. And it's like you're really going to try to backpedal all of this. And if you truly are innocent, I don't know why you wouldn't be out there saying this is fucking bullshit. She's lying. This isn't what happened. Like, this is all taken out of context. Here's what was really said. It's like, it brings me back to Andy Signor and everything going on with him. Like, and hearing all that stuff going on with.
What was that one? I don't know if I remember hearing about that one.
I mean, he got canceled when.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, him and the guy from the Nerdist. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just now with Andy Signor, a lot of it, I mean, he lost his job and everything, and he was doing movie fights and all that stuff, and it was a big channel, and Honest Trailers, he was doing all that kind of stuff too. And, yeah, and he came out, he eventually said, you know what, I wasn't a good husband, I fucked up, this is what I did, I've learned from it, I apologized, this is what happened. But then it's like, here's what really happened though, and this is what actually happened, and I'm trying to fight for my life to come back and actually kind of do this thing, but here's what the real story was. But it was so late that he really had to work hard to kind of get his name back.
Yeah,
I feel
because
like,
go ahead.
because the damage is already done, and it's like you're scorched earth. And I'm unfortunately Ed Piskor, it's like, dude, that point in time is kind of coming where it's like, if you really are innocent and you really have these receipts, like, you need to start coming out and kind of saying like, hey, this is kind of the full story here. If it's bullshit. Now, if it's true, or if it's worse and you're trying to delete stuff, or you're trying to be like, well, how can we spin it? Then it's like, uh-oh. Then it's very difficult. So I don't know, but it doesn't look good for Ed, unfortunately.
Yeah, it doesn't. And that is what is so scary, that it's frustrating to, at least for me, because initially, say something like this were to come out in 2014, 2015, I would have been like, oh my God, that's terrible. Like, what can we do to help this young woman? What can we do to offer like our help? But after the whole Me Too thing, where it was almost taken advantage of, and then people started to cry wolf, and then you had men being accused of, all these horrendous acts, but were being found not guilty, because these women wanted to ruin the reputation of a lot of men by using the Me Too movement. So then it became like, oh my God, who do we trust now? Because then both people were lying, and so it was, or you had one person that was lying or whatnot, and people who were crying wolf. And so, because when I first initially hear this, I go, oh my God, that poor woman, I hope she's okay. But then now, because of kind of culturally where we're at, we also have to, like you said, get both sides of the story, innocent until proven guilty. And so Ed might be working with his lawyer at this point to say, all right, I am guilty, but how do we spin this in a way that can salvage my career? Right? Because you don't want to be canceled. Like Chris D'Elia was texting women, but they weren't underage, right? Chris D'Elia he was sexually active every time he went to a live show. He'd just go to a concert, he'd go to a comedy show, and he'd just have sex with girls, right? They were all consenting, of course. And even he
Just
got
like
canceled.
Warren Ellis. Just like Warren Ellis.
Yeah, just like Warren Ellis. Yeah, Chris D'Elia got canceled big time.
But I forgot he was a magician, so he hypnotized them. That's what.
I
forgot about that.
Kyle,
That's one of the
how
charges.
skeptical
That was one of the fucking charges. They said that he hypnotized them. It's like this is the level of crazy people are believing. Yeah, all right,
that is
you guys have at it. Yeah,
I didn't know about the magician stuff, but
I buy that.
I buy that for $1. But yeah, no, Kyle looks extremely skeptical about our conversation right now. I know he's frozen, but
skeptical about everything. Hey,
yeah,
I don't trust anything.
So, no, yeah, that should be just like a meme, a skeptical Kyle meme face. But that is that's the unfortunate thing is like, yeah, because you got a case like Warren Ellis, where Warren was kind of saying, hey, I'll give you a comic book if you suck my D, right? Ed Piskor was kind of doing the same thing. Hey, I'll introduce you to my agent if you go down on me. But then with Chris D'Elia, Chris wasn't even offering anything. He was just like, hey, I'm a famous comedian. You're a hot girl. Do we want to have sex? Yes. Right. Like that was the extent of Chris.
Like,
and
hey,
even Chris was canceled. People were like, oh, screw him. And it's like, it's just, was he taking advantage of his celebrity, quote unquote, privilege? Sure. Absolutely. But at the same time, these are consenting women who agreed and said, hey, I want to have sex with a celebrity. I like Chris D'Elia. He's a good looking dude. He's funny. I'm going to do this. Right.
Ed, Max, how many comedians with that same swagger would have been canceled in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? I mean, how many comedians, how many actors do we know of would have been canceled with that swagger? I call that swagger. That's what that is.
Right.
How many would be canceled now? Yeah. How many would be canceled now because of that?
Yeah. 0? I don't know.
All of them?
Yeah.
All 0 or all of them? I don't know. It's one of the two. It's not going to be any middle ground. But
well, I mean, the problem is now it's like, yes, he's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, but you also have the court of public opinion, and you also have YouTube, Twitch, all this shit, TikTok, all this. I mean,
MySpace.
Yeah, and I understand people saying like, yeah, or a lawyer will tell you to stop talking, this, that, and the other, but it's like, yeah, but you also have the court of public opinion. You also have everybody coming out there on Twitter, on everything. It's like, don't you think you should have your lawyer then put out a statement or something? I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I keep interrupting.
No, it's fine. I just don't want to automatically go down a road where it's like, yeah, fuck this guy, burn his house down. He's a piece of shit. And then ultimately it comes out and it's like, yeah, all that was bullshit. It never actually happened. It's all fake. So it's difficult.
I think you bring up a really good point about the court of personal opinion or point of personal privilege. The court of public opinion is that look at fucking what's his name, Majors, Jonathan Majors,
and Lee
we
Majors,
don't even know.
probably. I don't know.
Well, yeah, maybe Lee Majors. We don't even know if he is innocent or not, or guilty or not. Like his day in court still has yet to come, right? Or have we found out whether or not he's guilty? Like that's the thing. Most people don't even know because what they heard was, oh, Jonathan Majors hit a woman, right? He's accused of this, and so he is that now. And it's just like you will never be able to get around that. There are very few people have been able to do that. I think Louis C.K. is probably one of those. I think because now he has comedy shows all over the place. Crystalia has kind of fought against that backlash and against that cancellation. Oh wow, they did find him guilty. Oof. Well then, never mind then. Damn. Yeah.
R.I.P.D. Damn, never
Guilty
mind.
as charged. R.I.P.D. Well then, maybe that's not a good comparison then. Yeah.
Nope.
But so yeah, just stuff like that where the second it comes out, you are just going to be labeled as that henceforth, right? So that's a really good point about the court of public opinion. So there's a part of me that's like, okay, this guy is the guy who wrote Red Room. So it tracks, but at the same time, it's like, I don't want to be that guy who's like an asshole to just be like, oh yeah, your comics are definitely, they're like underground indie books. So yeah, that makes sense.
Well, and not just that.
I mean,
yeah, if you look at who he follows, who he idolizes, like those comics, and who he really worked for, and it's like, okay, it's all tracking now. It all makes sense.
Yeah, all it takes is Action News to be like, and here is one of the comic books that Ed Piskor drew called Red Room. It graphically depicts underage women being brutally sodomized in an underground room, and it's like, oh no! I hope you can. Damn it!
And he's done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shit.
And the worst part is that right behind me in my X-Men collection of omnibuses, is his like X-Men Grand Design. So
yeah, I got my copies too.
Yeah, it's like, oops. Well,
this was his grand design.
Ooh, yeah, it's like, oof, yeah. So, doesn't look good for old Ed. Their channel is going to be really interesting for the next probably few months, because
I would say year.
Yeah, because Ed has not made a statement. Ed's lawyer has not made a statement. The news tried to speak to the woman who made the initial claims. She was not willing to answer, and they spoke to the dad, and the dad was just screaming. So like, no one has really issued any statements, like technically. So we're now kind of just in this space where it's like, all right, well, I guess this is real. So what do we do with Ed Piskor now, right?
Right. I mean, he could be like a Johnny Depp, Amber Heard situation where it's like everyone was like, we're all on Amber Heard's side, obviously, because Johnny Depp is a rock star, he's a drunk, he's an abuser. And then it all comes out. It's like, no, I mean, they're both not perfect people and they're right. Yeah. Everyone could be like, okay, they're both at fault, but like clearly one of them was worse than the other. Amber Heard did a lot of fucked up shit to Johnny, and it's like this could be that it could be a situation in which Ed's like, hey, I'm not perfect by any stretch. I did some shit I shouldn't have done. However, it is not how she's portraying this as this, and I have receipts that show that she was consenting or whatever happened or lied or whatever, but I don't know.
It's tough too because but like you said, both individuals could be shitty people. She could have been using him, he could have been using her, and they both could have been like having this symbiotic relationship until years later. Ed Piskor becomes really famous, and he opens an art exhibit, and then that girl gets really jealous and says, "Oh, at first I was cool with doing all that stuff, but now he's a creep." Right. And that's what's like, and I hate thinking that way. I never want to have to think that way, but we see it happen so many times where, someone is now in the limelight. Someone's now famous. Someone has something good happen to them. So
Max, it's the law of the land in America. I mean, this case in point, when the Ninja Turtles came out, Eastman and Laird. As soon as Ninja Turtles came out, they were immediately sued by anyone and everyone who had an idea for an anthropomorphic animal that knew some type of fighting style.
Yep.
They were sued out the wazoo by everyone. They were just everyone hoping for a quick settlement, for a quick payday, and because they instantly got famous. And I think it's this can't be seen as a shakedown. I mean, yeah, because he's famous now, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
that's a really good point. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, once someone gets their fame, their 5 minutes of fame or whatever, everyone's going to be trying to attack you and bring you down. But I mean, there have been tons of comic book channels, like Comic Tropes covered this. Wes has covered this. I think even your boy Zach has covered this. But no one has talked
nothing from
about
Bleeding Cool. Nothing from Bleeding Cool yet, surprisingly, which is shocking.
The Beat talked about it. You know, notorious for corrupt journalist Heidi McDonald.
Well, those are real journalists, like Bleeding Fool and everything. Like they do the real. They want to wait till the full story's out before they want to comment.
They want to get all the information from the reliable sources.
Correct.
And we're waiting for Bounding into Comics, which is like the alternative to these. But no one has talked about this response here from Jim Rugg. So, Drew, thank you for breaking news. Dun, 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 breaking news from our good friend Drew Dolan. But wait, did he turn comments off?
I don't. When I sent it, I don't know if he turned them off or not. But I found that I said that like maybe he did. I don't know.
Yeah, I see no comments.
Wow. Yeah.
Can I comment? No. Yeah, I can't comment. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, this is Jim Rugg's statement to the fans, to Ed Piskor, as you know, further actions. He says, in light of this past week's shocking revelations, I find, because he's like, I do not want to be wrapped up with. I had nothing to do with this dude. You know what I mean? So,
well, yeah, and the big difference is if you watch any of the videos that they do, when you see Jim Rugg's hand, what does Jim Rugg have on his hand? He has a wedding band on. Jim Rugg is married. He has a family. Big difference from Ed. Ed has no wife, no kids, nothing. Jim has a family, and I don't think he wants any of that to be involved or associated with whatever Ed's being accused of.
Absolutely, yeah. And he says, after this past week's shocking revelations, I find it necessary to reevaluate my professional associations to ensure they align with my values of respect and integrity. Therefore, I have ended my working relationship with Ed Piskor. So once again, this is like more damning evidence to say, listen, if even your partner is just like, I'm out, right? Before Ed has even released any type of statement or the lawyer has released any type of statement, Jim's already kind of like, sorry, we're done. So, yeah, this doesn't look good either. So,
yeah. And what's
but you know,
is that in some of the texts that I guess some of the messages were like, I think one of the ladies, one of her speeches she gave was that I guess Ed was kind of talking smack about Jim behind his back in his comics. So I don't know which one exactly it was.
Say that one more time. Jim was talking smack, or Ed?
No. One of the ladies that Ed had a association with, one of her statements, she had made that Ed was talking smack about Jim's art. And
interesting.
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, I respect the hell out of Jim for releasing this statement and saying, you know, I have to ensure to align with my values and, you know, my integrity. Because, like you
He's
said,
got a
Drew,
family to think about.
He's a married man. He's got a family he's got to take care of. He's the head of the house. Like, this dude has to take care of his own, and probably the best way he knows how to do that is to disassociate or, you know, remove himself from that life on cartoonist kayfabe. I don't know, man, but it's sad. It is sad to see. You never want to have to see this type of thing happen, but yeah, man, unfortunately, I think that's kind of where we're at now. And it would really suck though if like all of this is false. Well, actually, sorry. It would be great if all of this is false and Ed is innocent. But it would suck if Jim put out this statement and it turns out Ed is actually innocent. And then it's like, how are we going to mend our friendship now? Right. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be tough. I mean, put it in that position. What if it came out, Max, that you were doing all this shit? It's like, how would we treat you?
I mean, I would be okay with you guys disassociating. Like, I would want you guys to be like, we're not affiliated with this dude because he's a creep and he's a weirdo and he's doing shit that he shouldn't, right? So, like, if you guys
here's the thing.
to,
you see, Max, here's the thing with me. I don't abandon. I wouldn't abandon my friends like that. It's like if I knew someone who had those issues, professionally, I probably would not work with them because of the optics of that. But personally, yeah, I would still be there for them. Because that's what friends are. Granted, he did some stupid thing, but it's like, yeah, you're still there for your friend. To see them get through that hard time. I mean, barring something. But even look. This is a bad analogy here, but it's the closest thing I can come up with. Bill Cosby. What happened with him? The one guy he had in his corner was Sinbad. Sinbad the comedian. People kept trying to get Sinbad to flip on Cosby, like to renounce him and doing everything. And Sinbad said, "No, fuck no, never." He said, "It's because of Cosby I am where I'm at today because he gave me so much guidance and success and everything from early on in my life and career. Like I can never ever betray that guy, and I can never do that to him. I'm still there by him. It's like that's friendship. That's loyalty, And that's me. It's like if I got friends, I'll be loyal to them.
And that's tough too because then would you say is like Bill Cosby, all of the shit that he did, is that technically a betrayal of friendship? Right? Like, because if I'm doing all this weird stuff behind y'all's back, like say if you guys had like huge YouTube channels and you guys are hanging out with me, we're good friends, and then you find out I'm doing all this like really shady stuff behind the scenes, that could be seen as a betrayal of our friendship. So I think it's tough because, like you said, Drew, I think for some instances, like Donnie Cates, like if I was Donnie Cates' personal friend, I would have reached out to him and been like, dude, if you need anything, please let me know. Like I am here for you. Because you're addicted to drugs. You had a divorce with your wife. Like you're going through some shit right now. If you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm here for you. Even though the public is like shitting on you right now, I'm going to be your friend. Right. But if someone betrays your friendship by doing illegal acts of like, really, roofies and, underage stuff, it's like, shit, man. You want to be there for your friend, but at the same time, it's kind of like, damn, you're kind of, it's tough. And you can never really, it's so nuanced. You can never really say for sure until you're in that situation. So, but don't worry, I would never put you guys through that situation. So
never say never.
And Kyle, to put it more closely to home, we had our cousin Evan. We could talk about it. He's dead, but he and I shared a mutual friend growing up, and as well as in high school. And I would hang out with this friend and Evan every day before school, and throughout school, go to lunch. Great guy and everything. And then come to find out, I'm in Baghdad. I graduated from high school in 2003. In 2007, I'm in Baghdad. I check out the news and I see a name on the board. It said like he's just been arrested for murdering his girlfriend. And I find out like he did it in the most heinous way possible. How he did this. It was actually on Dr. Phil. Her family was on Dr. Phil talking about this. Yeah, and Kyle knows what I'm talking about. And it's like I wouldn't even know what Evan. I wish I could ask Evan like what he did, what he would have done, knowing this about our friend. Like if he said fuck him or I'm sticking by his side. I don't know.
Yeah. Josh brings up a good point too. The thing is, people who know Ed have commented that he's been known for doing sleazy things for years. So that's another one of these things where it's like, you know, all these people come out of the woodwork and they're like, "Oh, I knew he was a sleazebag all along." It's like, and you didn't say anything? Then you're culpable, dude. Like, you're just as guilty as all the other parties that are just like, "I'm finally speaking my truth." It's like, y'all knew that this was happening. Come on. So that's what's also frustrating, is that if people know, are they truly courageous enough to speak out about it? Or maybe they don't go to the public about it, but maybe they go straight to Ed and they're like, "Hey, on the down low, man, between you and me, I know what you're doing. Cut that shit out." Right? Like, friend to friend, man to man, get rid of it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
This is another great point. Is sleazy a crime? And if it is, I imagine that everyone that we've met in our lifetimes has thought that we've maybe done one thing or another that's quote unquote sleazy, right? So, oh, man,
I mean, even art, even some art like his art could be considered sleazy. And that's his art. And I'm sure when you're doing art like that, I'm sure you have to get into a mindset, you know, and certain frame of mind. And who knows what pathways down the mind you go down when you're in that creative area of sleaze.
Knights of Old, what's happening, brother? Thank you for being here. He says, "I'm guessing Jim was not happy with Ed's plan to address or respond to the allegations." Good for Jim. Yeah, if they were talking behind the scenes and Ed was kind of like, "All right, man, I'm gonna be here's what I'm gonna release. Here's my statement, and here's what we're gonna move forward with. Like, I've talked to my lawyer and everything." And Jim's like, "Yeah, sorry, I can't support that." Maybe that was his decision. I don't know. So
yeah, or he hasn't heard anything and is like, "Well, I guess I had to take matters into my own hands. Fuck you."
or maybe he talked to Ed. "Hey, is any of this true? Is there any?" And Ed said yes. He's like, "No, I can't be part of this."
Right?
Or did Jim know some of this stuff going on? And now he's like,
and now Kyle, that gets tricky because we see them at conventions. When we're at conventions, they are next to each other
always. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, they are they're the dynamic duo. I mean, you never see cartoonist kayfabe, without one or the other, or with either one without the other. So, but
my guess is the truth is in the middle. It's a gray area with everything. So,
and you know what? I think that's fair, especially until we know for sure, until we have like all of everything that's happened. We'll never really know the truth. Even if we have all the documents, right? We'll never know what actually happened. And that's what's interesting about the internet, is that all this stuff gets public before we even knew that it existed, right? So, it's all that being said, I just wanted to talk about it because the Jim Rugg statement was super interesting to me. And so I thought we'd bring it up and talk about it because it's been circulating in the news, percolating in the news, and figured we'd give it a
I'm glad I found it. I'm glad I saw it before we went live. I was like, oh
my god, yeah. Thank you for that. That was exclusive. So thank you for sending that to us, because that is a big deal for the two of them to not be together anymore. So it's confirmed that it's like, all right, well, now we kind of no more cartoonist kayfabe, I'm thinking. I don't know. So
is it Jim Rugg and Tom Scioli? Is it who knows?
Now here's the question: do we take over that market? I mean, it's a terrible situation, and I never want to have Jim or Ed or these women in that situation. But who's going to be the next cartoonist kayfabe? Do y'all want to start doing videos where I, crack open a floppy and we do it, top down, and we just talk about it for 15, 20 minutes, and we just start publishing videos every week, and we just become new kayfabe?
Why not?
You mean capitalize on another person's misfortune the American way? Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're trampling on this guy's grave. He's already done. See ya. Woo!
Yeah, should we colonize? We're colonizers, damn it.
Yep. Sucks to suck.
I mean,
Woo!
And then think about how cool our books would be. It wouldn't be all this underground indie bullshit. It would be like legit, like actual really cool old classic comics,
with great art and great storytelling.
Great art and fun story. And we'd maybe have guests on who could speak more to the art of storytelling, and then we'd use the super chats and the monetization from the channel to buy more comics that we could then show on the channel and stuff like that. Because dude, sometimes these comics, like they're not cheap, like you get first appearance of Beta Ray Bill, stuff like that. It's not cheap. So
no, those are $200 or so, if not more.
Yeah,
if not more at this point.
For a good copy. Yeah. Yeah, would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for all those pesky internet DMs. Yeah. Damn. Oh well. Well, speaking of comics and going over some good stories and, well, unfortunately some bad stories. Like I said earlier, I think we read somewhere close to almost 20 books this week. At least I know I did. So it was a lot. I don't know if it was just that there was that many books that came out this week.
There were a lot.
I don't know.
Yeah, there were a lot of books.
There seemed like there were a lot. So let me see there we go. All right. Ultimate Spider-Man number 3. What are our thoughts? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, but I'll let you go, Drew, because I know you'll probably want to talk about this.
Yeah. So and as a summary, the first 3 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man, I would say they have been good. They haven't been great, haven't been bad. They've been good. Issue 1 was a big misstep, in my opinion. Issue 2 was good. Issue 3 was good. It's hard to put. I've been racking my brain around it since I read this on Tuesday or Wednesday, and I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. But this series is just odd. There's something odd about it. I can't put my finger on. There's something. It's keeping me from saying, "Oh my God, that was great. That was amazing. That was awesome." I'm saying it's okay. There's just something there that's making this whole series odd. This title is just odd to me. Kyle, your thoughts?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I thought issue 1 was pointless. I thought you could literally pick up issue 2 and not skip a beat about what's going on.
Correct.
And this issue, it's world building. I kind of like it. Like, I really want to like it, but I don't think it's like letting stuff breathe and trying to like have fun. Like, I just feel like they have to kind of hit some of these points real quick, and they're not letting things actually kind of percolate a little bit. Like, I was hoping they'd let the goblin stuff kind of go on a little bit longer and actually kind of have a twist in there maybe. But it's like, nope, never mind. Okay.
And we're going for drinks in the next issue?
Yeah, it's like,
okay.
And then like when Peter is in he's walking into the offices that's going to be whatever publication that Jay Jonah and Ben Parker are kind of setting up on their own. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Kotaku.
Yeah. And
Kotaku.
And, they're talking, he sees the board, the Pepe Sylvia board that they have up on the wall. And they're like, oh yeah, the Green Goblin guy here. And then Peter just goes off on this tangent like, oh, that Spider-Man guy, isn't he totally awesome? I mean, I'm definitely not Spider-Man, by the way, but that Spider guy is totally cool, but I'm definitely not him. So it's like you have these stupid, it's like, that's Marvel humor that's really stupid and really bad. And I fucking hate that self-referential bullshit. Like, I'm talking about the Spider-Man, but I'm definitely not Spider-Man. And you have a character going, okay, anyway, though. It's like, God, that's so fucking gay. Like, no one talks like that.
Yeah, you just reminded, there was a great Saturday Night Live skit literally like 20 years ago with Conan O'Brien. He was hosting a Saturday Night Live. He was Moleculo, the Molecular Man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, whenever someone say like, hey, thanks to Moleculo, the Molecular Man. They're like, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that every time you say Moleculo?
Yeah. I've never seen that, but that sounds funny.
But yeah, they're just little things that they kind of bring, and I'm just like, God, you really make me want to hate this stuff. But it's almost like an AI generated, like, this is what a Spider-Man book should be, and everyone should actually like it, but it's not made with any heart or human essence in it. It just feels very kind of plain and boring and safe and just right down the middle. We're not taking too many chances here.
It really feels like a computer wrote it.
Yeah. But it's not bad. Like, it's not amazing Spider-Man. So, like, it's not making me want to throw it out a window. But, like, at the same point in time, why? It's like, just because Drinker had a good video about Ghostbusters, the new one. And it's like, just because it wasn't as bad as something else doesn't make this one the greatest thing that's ever happened since sliced bread. It's like, you still have to be critical. It's still not good. It's not great. It's an okay book. But everyone's like, well, it's better than everything it was before it. It's like, so what?
Yeah.
So what? Who cares? Just because it's better than Amazing Spider-Man doesn't mean you have to suck this thing's dick. It's like, it's an okay book. It's perfectly fine.
I think that's kind of what speaks to the desperation of a lot of comic book fans right now, that they are so desperate to just get their hands on like anything that even resembles like a good Spider-Man story, that they are just like you said, I will suck the dick of this comic because it's, because I'm so desperate for something to be good. So, but I agree with you guys. There's something missing. And I was feeling this way as I was reading it earlier today, and I was going through it and I was like, man, this art is awesome. Like, I love the suit. Bullseye's suit was great. The action scenes were fun, or not fun, but they were intriguing, and it was drawn perfectly. And so I'm just like, why am I not enjoying this more? Because like it has the beats, like it has everything. Okay, you've got Peter Parker and MJ. You've got the kids, you've got the cool suit, you've got Peter, fighting villains, you've got Green Goblin, you've got J. Jonah. Like, it has the essentials of what a Spider-Man comic should have. But then I'm like, at the end of the book, I'm just kind of like, I forgot what just happened. I'm just kind of like, yeah.
And back to what I said earlier about a computer writing this, I liken this to the movie The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. It's when he transports, before he changes and everything, he transports a steak through the machine. Another one is just cooked regularly, and like she takes a bite of the real steak. She's like, oh yeah, it tastes just like a steak. And then she takes a bite of the one that's teleported. She's like, oh, it tastes like synthetic. It doesn't taste real. Like it gets. I feel like there's something lost in the translation here. Whether a computer wrote this, there's no heart in it, or maybe that symbolizes Jonathan Hickman. He has no heart in this. He's just doing a comic by the numbers.
I wonder if it's. Yeah, I wonder, because like Hickman's a talented dude. Don't get me wrong, but like he can have like weaponized autism at times, where it's like, oh my god, we do not need to know about this, right? Or like, oh man, this dialogue is just like autistically detailed, or maybe not detailed, but just like it just seems dense and distant. Like, you're not able to really connect because Hickman is like, maybe he's thinking on a different plane of existence or whatever. So like that could be a very real possibility that we feel with this book, where it's like, it's good, but I'm not connecting with it, right? Like Transformers, whether you think that the dialogue is, simple, or because I heard a lot of people say that Beta Ray Bill was really simple. Like, it was just like, yeah, it was fine. But I connected so much more with that character than any other character that Marvel has written in the past like decade. So that means more to people.
Yes, it had moments of heart in it, where you felt for the character, you were concerned for the character. There are no moments like that in this at all.
Yeah, I really can't connect to Peter in this either. I know he's back with MJ with a family and all that, and that's great and wonderful, but like I don't feel it. I don't feel like he actually is. and we were getting several like Spider-Man Lost Hunt, and we were getting other stories in there that had so much more heart and feel in them. And recently with Spider-Man, these one-offs that were much better than anything we've ever gotten, and especially with Peter and MJ, and serious issues going on with them and their relationship and everything. So it's like this. I'm just like, yeah, you have them back together, and it's supposed to be good, and we're supposed to like it, but I don't feel anything.
Yeah, like the stuff with him and the daughter, I feel nothing. It's like I should feel something like between him and his daughter, like when they're on the roof and they try on different costumes and stuff. But it's not there. It doesn't connect.
Yeah, it was just like, all right, and we're supposed to have this, and this is how somebody does something with a daughter, and we do this now, and now we have insert villain here now, and he fights the villain, and this villain is fighting another villain, and this is the action beat here. It's like very paint by numbers, safe.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate thing, is that it just seems a little bit too safe, a little bit too autistic, a little bit too computerized. But the artwork by Marco Cicchetto is like beautiful. It's fantastic, right? So, and like I said, I really like Bullseye's redesign here. He looks super intimidating, and the dude kicks ass in this book. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
As compared to the
metal cards. Yeah, it was fun.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
As compared to the Disney Plus Dirt Bullseye, we're getting ready to get. Yeah.
Oh no. So breaking news, I have a friend who I don't want to dox him, but I do have a friend who is actually at WonderCon. This isn't the commie talk anymore, but he's over at WonderCon right now, and this is a legitimate picture from the show. It's dead, dude. There is like, look at look at all this floor space. I love
that. I love being able to walk around a con floor. That's amazing.
Oh yeah. When you see
that is
this,
what
it's like,
wow. That's what Indiana Comic-Con looked like on Friday. That Indiana Comic-Con, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's fine. We're Indiana, not WonderCon, not in California, not in Anaheim. This is inexcusable.
Yeah.
This is terrifying.
This is Anaheim, which is right by Disney. You know what I mean? Like it's like literally seconds from Disneyland, maybe an hour away from LA. Like Anaheim is it's where they have Disney. What is the Disney Plus thing? Or they do like a Disney convention here as well. But yeah, man, this is D23. Thank you. The one that John Campea didn't get in that one year. So
he didn't show hard enough.
Yeah, I guess not. So, but this is really interesting. I kind of want to go now because, like, yeah, look at all this space. You can just hunt for comics for hours, dude.
Amazing.
You're just like, oh, this feels amazing.
Yeah, I don't get anxiety. I don't have anybody breathing down my neck, literally.
Yeah, you don't have like any weirdos going point of personal privilege as they're like bumping into you, and you're like, dude, chill. So, yes, Josh, it is a crime down here because you will get your shit stolen. So
isn't that where the Mighty Ducks were from? The Anaheim Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, Anaheim Ducks.
Anaheim,
the Ducks. Yeah.
Here at the Honda
That's where
Center,
Extreme. Yeah, that's where Extreme Studios used to be headquartered down in Anaheim.
Nice.
Extreme.
So yeah, man. This is your WonderCon, 2023. So I mean, like I said, good for nerds like us who would go to the convention and be like, hey, I'm looking for books, and I just like I want my space because it's not so like crazy like San Diego Comic-Con. But at the same time, does this speak to nerddom in general? And has the whole like, hey, we're all just a bunch of normies and we're going to go to a comic convention because like we're normies and we love Pokemon. And so we're going to go. It's like, has that kind of ended now? Or is it that people don't have the money because of the economy? Is it because it's on a holy weekend because of Easter? Like there's so many different factors, but I don't know.
I blame the economy and I blame just the lack of interest from Marvel films. I think those are the two factors.
Oh, and you can guarantee that most of these vendors are anime and manga. So,
absolutely.
I blame white males. So,
well, I mean, of course that is obvious, but like we don't have
so much privilege. So much privilege. Yeah.
Yeah. My point of personal privilege is like, hey, listen, this is all white males' faults.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's see what's next on the docket here. Next book
I mean,
up.
so I give.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess I would say it's a pat. Like, I would recommend. I don't know. It's such a. I honestly.
Yeah.
It's
a
just
weird
fine.
conundrum.
Yeah, it's just fine. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
So yeah, that's a recommend. Then I guess it's fine. It's not. Yeah.
Is it a recommend if it's fine?
don't
Is it more of a
know.
meh?
I don't know.
Well, everything is fine about everything by the book is fine. Everything is good by the book.
Yeah.
But it just there's no heart in it. It's just
Yeah. You know what? We'll give it a recommend because comparatively to everything else that came out this week, and I know that we just talked about, well, you can't compare and contrast. If something's shit, it's shit, right? But it is better than a lot of other books. So.
It is.
But it's not the best thing ever by
No.
far.
It's not worth the $5,000 cover price that number one is probably going for right now. Stop spending your fucking money on that
cover
book.
price. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop.
This was
dog shit.
1,000 times better than this. So like, this is sure it's a recommend, but there are better books. So
yeah.
Oh wow. So then next up we have the superior. Oh no, sorry, the amazing. No,
The
sorry,
better
the
Spider-Man.
better, the 2099. Oh no, this is just regular. Oh no, this is how many Spider-Man titles are there out now? So
Not enough.
the
Oh, okay.
amazing Spider-Man, Steve Spider-Man. Drew, what did you think about this one? Because or no, was it? Yeah, I think Drew was you who were you were insulted by this issue, right?
I hated this issue, and I
Why?
hated the stuff between Mary Jane and Peter in this. I just as soon as we got to that, I wanted to throw this out in the trash. I hated it. And this chick this whole scene, this chick Chica berating Peter the whole time. It's over him not being him, or like it was someone else, this guy or something. Then you had this jackpot shit still going on. It's like this is one of the circles of hell right here. Reading this damn
Oh
comic.
jeez.
I hated this comic.
Damn, that's brutal. Yeah. So unfortunately, or fortunately, this one didn't like offend me. I just was bored and I forgot everything about the comic the second I finished reading it. Like I closed the book and I was just like, I don't know what I read. Like I completely forgot about what happened. I remember the hippo guy sat on Electro.
That was funny.
Yeah.
See, wait, look, here he goes. Hey.
I like it.
He's all smoking. Yeah.
And dead.
And dead.
He was electric. Yeah.
He's like literally being smothered by this hippo butthole. Yeah.
He's dead. Yeah. Or she, or they, them. I can't tell on that cover. Electro looks very feminine.
Yeah. Point of personal privilege, Kyle. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I said, this is such a nothing book. I mean, like this didn't make sense to me. How does Sandman, how is he able to turn into a plant and then also be a completely different he was like in 3 different places at one time, and then he like collectively gathered himself to be with the Sinister Six?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. I just wanted to ask.
Hey kids, comics.
Hey kids, comics. Why are you even overthinking this, Drew? It's just dumb superhero comics. It doesn't even mean anything.
Yeah,
There should be at least a look. Okay, so people watching may not know this, but I do write comic books. There must be at least a little monochrome of logic, regardless of how ridiculous it is. But there's no logic in this. Because what Max brought up happens in this. I can't explain it. I really can't. Other than he's split in 3 with sand. I don't know. I don't know because the grass is green. I don't know.
Yeah. So what are Jackpot's powers too?
We don't know. We don't know. That's what pisses me off. It's like it was like that stupid fucking George R. R. Martin book we were reading, where like every time that guy went to sleep, he woke up with a new power. Yeah, after Jet Boy died, it's like that guy's like, every time I go to sleep when I wake up, I have a different power. Like, this should terrify the fuck out of her. Like, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Like, this could happen. Like, and I could just
I'm falling. I could die. Yeah, I could die.
I could just spontaneously combust or whatever. Like, I don't know what's going to happen to me, but thank God every time it happens, it's the exact power I fucking need at that moment. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. It is so bad. Like this fake superhero bullshit just needs to go away.
I mean,
like it's so bad.
It reminds me of Rocket Racer, that lame character from Spider-Man in the 70s. He is the new Rocket Racer. It's just there's nothing cool about it. That's just it. There's nothing cool. It makes you want to say, I want to be that. No, I don't. I want nothing to do with that power, quote unquote power, that wristband, whatever she has. It's lame.
Yep.
Yeah, and even here, her dialogue is because he goes, "What did you dial up?" And she says, "I never know until I give it a whirl. You might want to like stay back or whatever." So I'm just like, damn, dude,
that's not a power.
That's terrifying. What if your little gadget thing like gives lethal force? What if your next power deals out lethal force, bro? Like, that's terrifying. How do you know? And how do you know how to use it?
It's like that show, The Greatest American Hero, with William Catt. He had that suit. Like, it would do like what, one power at a time or something. He never knew what power that would be. Here you go, new Greatest American Hero.
It's like you don't have powers. You're not a superhero. You don't even control your own powers. This is nothing. You don't control anything. Like,
you're a fucking model. Be a model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so bad.
Whoa, that's a little patriarchal, Drew. She's more than a model. Okay, she's more than her looks. Don't objectify her like that.
She was making more money than I am. I'll say that much.
This guy, sue me. This was good. The art was great. The characterization felt engaging. Wow, and the action was fun.
Is there Avatar a black Superman with an afro?
With an afro. I can neither confirm nor deny. Oh boy, I can see why Ultimate Spider-Man, released on the same day as ASM and the Jackpot Black Cat Mini. Oh, that's right, they both came out because it's a horrible day for Spider-Man. This book is BND 2.0, maybe even worse. Oh, Brand New Day. Maybe even worse than the original Brand New Day. They literally took the same exact move on Peter's stuff, and they even took Michelle, changed her profession through. So
whatever.
Huh. Interesting. All right. Well, is this a skip it?
Yes, it's 100% skip it.
It is a skip it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Skip it.
I read Wolverine and Green Arrow, and those were the only two that I read on this first row. Wolverine was, I mean, I don't know if you guys wanted to go over Defective or because Defective, the art has been great.
Understand. Yeah, I can't.
But
tell
it's
you what
just
happens.
it's incomprehensible, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when you do a jarring thing with the art, where the story where you're changing the art almost halfway through, back and forth. You have Ricardo Federici, you have some hack. You go back to Ricardo Federici, then back to some hack. It's like no. Stay in the one story with Ricardo Federici, and it doesn't help that I don't understand the story, what's going on. But it's disappointing.
Yeah, damn. And then so for Wolverine, it's weird. This is also another weird book where it's like
it's weird.
There are elements. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's odd because it feels like there are elements that I enjoy or elements that I would like to see more of. But it's just not executed well. You know, like it's the same thing when they did the whole Sabretooth now has the adamantium tentacles from Omega Red. And I was like, that's cool. But then Wolverine rips himself out of those binds, and then he just has like nubs, like little stubs for hands. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense because he's, so it's executed wrong, but the concept is cool. And that's how I feel about this issue as well. It's like, okay, so they're going back and forth between where Wolverine was in the Weapon X program with Sabretooth and Maverick, and they're going back and forth between that and then real time. But how it's executed is just odd. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know. It was stupid.
Well, here's the thing about it, Max, is that this whole event, Sabretooth War, the first couple of issues we kind of got that, but right now the story is veering down a path that I find completely uninteresting. The art is good, but I'm like, let's get back to these two beating the shit out of each other. All right, I would much rather enjoy a comic of that again than beating the shit out of each other than what we got here.
Now, I hope that is the case because at the end of this book, it alludes to the fact that Sabretooth has been devising this whole plan to get Forge's depowering gun. He shoots it at Wolverine, depowers him, and now there are stakes, right? Like now it's like, oh shit, now it's on.
Oh,
so
real. Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
why was
6
this book
issues
not
in.
meant for kids again? Like, why is this like parental advisory, not for
They're like
children?
Because they attack each other in here.
Because it's a bad book. It's like
blood
I'm
and
Because
guts.
there's physical violence, Kyle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at that. He's ripping his arm off.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dang, that's badass, man. Look at that. That is so cool. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Very
So, I mean,
cool.
meh. I know a lot of people are liking this run, but it's like, man.
No,
No, it's mediocre.
Oh, sorry, guys. Hold on.
Oh.
Thank you, MG.
Yeah.
Thank you, comrade.
I'm not doing that, but I'm not on camera anymore. So. I'm giving you the middle finger.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Point of personal privilege for those who have their cameras off. Can you please speak up a little bit louder because we can't see your face? Therefore, we don't know when you're talking. So please.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What if someone was just like, nope.
Nope.
That whole thing goes out the window. Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, Wolvie is like, for me, I'd give it a meh. Kyle, you're gonna skip this bad boy?
Yeah, it's a skip it. Like, why are you making this so difficult? Why can't you just have Sabretooth fighting Wolverine? Like, why are you putting in all of this bullshit? You were making this way more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah. Drew, skip it, meh, recommend?
It's a meh. It's a meh for me.
Sorry, Kyle. That's two mehs.
Yeah, yeah.
Skip it.
Meh. Yeah. Next one that we read though. Hey, Green Arrow. Wow. I did not expect that score.
That is ridiculous.
I did not read Green Arrow, so I do not know.
I did, and I cannot agree with that score at all.
Oh, you said it's higher. Okay.
I mean, it's 98. It's not 100. So there are 2 more points that could be added to this book. You don't know.
That's fair.
All I got to say, we brought it up on here and on Max's Wes's channel, but I am tired of the different superhero families. I am tired of the redundancy, what's the D word? I forget what is it for the
diversity?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, all these new variants of characters, and like I'm fucking over this. I'm done. I don't care about these chicks. I'm here for Oliver Queen. I don't care about the 40 red arrows you got here. I don't give a shit. I couldn't give 2 shits. Let's focus on Green Arrow. This is ridiculous. I'm not here
for the new buildup of the family. It's just Green Arrow, not the Green Arrow fucking family. I hate it.
It's it's also telling too, because once Green Arrow gets to that snow palace or whatever, the Justice League system where they're holding what do you call it?
Roy Harper's there.
Yeah, Roy's there, but they're holding all the information for it's not called
the Sanctuary. Sanctuary.
Yeah, thank you. So they're holding all the files and all the information for Sanctuary, and so Green Arrow is enlisted to go find that from Amanda Waller. And she's like, we lost contact with Roy like, a day ago. So you now need to go do that. So he's like, fuck, all right, I'll go do it. As he's on his way there, he gets there and these four, femme fatales jump out and they're like, we got you now. And they like beat him up and they, tie him up and they're like, oh, it's Green Arrow. Oh, we didn't realize it was you. And then I'm like, who are these women? And sure enough, they're all different diversions or now I'm trying to think of the right D word, but yeah, they're all different
derivatives
thank you, of Green Arrow. And it's like, oh, I'm the Green Arrow that was taught by Batman, or like I'm the Green Arrow that was taught by Black Canary, because like Green Canary, whoa, it's like, oh my god, no one cares about any of you. So, but yeah, this was for me a total skip it, because nothing really happened with Sanctuary, thankfully, but like the robot Justice League is there.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's fun.
That seems fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Emiko or Emiko is actually a good character that got ruined. Interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna skip this one. Drew, you with skipping it?
Yeah, I'm skipping it.
Cool.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
So, Josh Williamson. We've got this week is a case of good Josh, bad Josh. This was an example of bad Josh this week. We're going to talk about good Josh this week.
Wait, hang on a second. You telling me Josh Williamson wrote the same guy that wrote this book is the same guy that wrote Duke?
Yes, it's the same fucking guy.
Yes.
There's no fucking way. I reject that reality. I cannot accept that as truth.
Neither
There
can
is
I.
absolutely no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. It's like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't get it. Who are you? His wife has to be confused. Who are you?
Yeah.
I cannot believe he is either phoning in all these other issues and just like, I don't care, and is actually like really trying on Duke, or I'm speechless. I don't even know. Like, oh my god. Wow. Speaking of Duke, how fucking awesome is this cover, dude?
Great.
Sexy.
Love it.
Yeah, buddy. Look at that bicep on rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Crushing it.
Only thing we're missing is the American flag and some bald eagles, and we're all set.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
That honestly would have made the cover better. So
Then it's a Michael Bay film.
oh well, yeah, it's true. Oh yeah, you just need some explosions. This is a good point too. Could be editorial. Very well be editorial.
Could be.
Because we know that Skybound is kind of doing their own thing. They are like, when you have an Image title, you're your own editor essentially. Because at least I think, I don't know how it works all the time, but for DC and Marvel, you have a group editorial room that is, you need to put 4 women in it. It's like, okay. But
yeah, I don't know. And I know for most Image books, I think you have to have almost all your books done, or at least pretty close to completion before you can...
I think it's the first three issues you have to have done.
Yeah, you have to have it all mapped out before they'll even take it. So,
well,
don't know.
Yeah.
Don't blame me for liking. Hey, Jim Lee is going to save the comic book industry. He's propping it up on his back. You're welcome.
He's he needs to go to a chiropractor because he's carrying the whole industry on his back.
Yeah, that back must be hurting.
This is interesting. Josh says Williamson never, in bold letters, lands a book though. So don't get your hopes too high for Duke. I'm having fun with Duke. If he lands it, cool. If not, we've already gotten 4 issues of a dope story. So yeah.
And not just that, he's writing Cobra Commander too. And that's fucking great too.
Yeah, you're right. So I mean, yeah, that is tough though. If he can't land a story, man, that's brutal. Well, so, I mean, since we have Duke up, why don't we talk about it? Let's sprinkle in some goodness in here because we've gone over some bad books.
We'll go for the second worst book of the week. Yeah.
Well, yeah. The cover was great, and then the book was awful. No.
Yep.
This wasn't my favorite issue. However, it still rocks. It's still a lot of fun. Still a ton of action, and you get lots of big guns and tanks. What more can you ask for?
Give me what I want.
Yeah. And I know that sounds childish, but honestly, it's like, listen, it's not rocket science. Sometimes you just need a fun action story, and that's what Duke is,
Yeah, it's G.I. Joe. It's like,
yeah, right. Like, what more?
Here. Jesus.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. But yeah, they get to the armory, and you've got like jets and tanks and stuff. I love this this splash page.
Oh yeah,
Woo.
that's America right there.
So awesome.
Demolition Derby time, baby. But the funny thing is, they've got no ammo, so they're just running people over. Like, damn. All right. Yeah, like just running into helicopters, using the turret to just rail people. So it's fun. I don't know who this guy is, though. Do you guys know who this guy is? Is he another G.I. Joe?
I think.
Or is he another?
So there's 2 I don't recognize. Him and the guy at the very end. The one at the very end, I'm like, I have no clue who you are.
Yeah.
That's a Red Missile guy.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure Aaron would be better at like giving us an idea of like, oh yeah, this is this G.I. Joe and this is this guy and that. Yeah.
Yep.
I can tell you the basics of G.I. Joe characters, but I can tell you more. I know more about the Transformers and G.I. Joes. I'll say that.
Well, that's good because I don't know really anything about either. So yeah, like this guy, I'm like, what? Are you a Transformer G.I. Joe?
Yes, he is. He's both.
Oh, you know what? He's a good representation of disabled people. I think this is a good, this is what we really want to see with representation because he's got cybernetic arms, it looks like, and maybe cybernetic legs. So
I feel represented. He's got the hand from Sacrificers.
Oh yeah, the claw guy. Yeah, that's right.
The claw.
Yep.
The claw from Toy Story.
Toy Story.
Oh, I'm thinking Liar Liar with Jim Carrey.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, that too. Yeah. God, Jim Carrey as a dad would be wild. Would be,
oh yeah,
he's a grandpa now.
What's Jim Carrey? Are we?
Oh yeah,
he's
right?
a grandpa now. I can't believe he's a grandpa now. It's crazy.
Wow.
That's yeah. Time go.
Where does time go? For $5, we've got Derpy Hoggington once again coming in with another super chat. Thank you, Derpy. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for the 5. Oh, wait. There we go. There it is. We're back. Derpy says, change of topic. One of my LCS got a collection with the first 80 issues of IDW's TMNT run. Wow. Nice. My wallet now has a hole the size of Lizzo. Oh my God. Oh God. Well, Lizzo is beautiful, so it must be one beautiful, shapely sized hole,
Very small.
Yeah, yes. But man, yeah, the first 80 issues of IDW's TMNT run. Now, I myself am not a TMNT guy, but Drew, Kyle, do you guys know roughly what the first issue of TMNT goes for? Like first printing?
First printing?
Original 84.
TMNT?
Yeah, at least that's what it. Because that's what Derpy's saying is that they got a collection of the first 80 issues of the.
Oh no, he's talking about the current IDW run,
IDW,
not the original Mirage
Oh.
Studios.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So I'm willing to bet you for this run, the first 80 issues, he probably spent close to, I'll say maybe 250. Kyle, what do you think? 250 he spent?
Yeah, it would depend on the condition of the books and if they're going to sell them all as a lot. I hope he got a deal. If he was going to be like, I want to buy all 80, or if he's going to pick and choose which ones, then it could be a couple $100 for sure. But yeah, a first print of TMNT #1, the first run, that'll run anywhere from high tens of thousands to higher than that. It just depends on the condition.
Yeah, so
It could be
one
an
went sold for like
$8,000 book or-
$750,000. One went for like $750,000, when I recall.
Yeah. If there's a high grade, you could go for easily $250,000.
250?
Easy. Yeah, it could.
Wow.
Hey, low print run. People forget low print runs. That means a lot.
Yeah. Well, Derpy, I'm super glad that you were able to grab some of these books from that TMNT run. Like I said, unfortunately, I'm not an expert with the TMNT stuff. It just never really captivated me. But hey, it is always fun bringing new comics home, and especially when your wallet's like, it's hurting a little bit, but it's worth it. Putting a new short box together and just filling it full of new books. It's always a fun time. And happy Easter to you, brother. Thank you so much for super chatting. And for the weekend, I guess one of my favorite, phrases, if you will, is "It is finished." So happy Easter, and it is finished. Because of the good work that was done on Good Friday. It is finished. So, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not sure, we are not finished. We still have more comics to go through. We'll kind of quickly just review X-Men 97. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Drew, give me your thoughts on this bad boy.
Just a straight up wet fart.
Oh, all right.
Oh, it's a shark. Shark.
Kyle, did you read X-Men 97?
One does not simply read X-Men 97.
Oh, really?
First off, the art is okay. It's fine for what it is, but this book felt like a chore to read. It felt like it was like 87 pages long. Like it felt so long and drawn out. And I was just like, God, just get on with it. I don't care anymore. It's one of those terrible cash grabs that it's just like, nobody cares. It's like, oh, Jean's pregnant. It's like, no shit. I saw the first fucking episode. I don't need to see when she first took a pregnancy test. It's like, oh, hey, I know. It's like, yeah, we know.
Yeah, so this is... because this takes place in between the last episode of the 5th season of X-Men, the original series, and the first episode of X-Men 97. So it's like a small window of only a few months.
9 months at least.
Normally.
Oh, no, well, yeah, there you go. 9 months because of a pregnancy. So, yeah.
Depending on how long, I mean, judging by how she looked in the first episode, like she looked like she was longer than 9 months pregnant, like she was giving birth to quadruplets, but she looked overly hysterically pregnant. And I know that you have to, speak to the back of the room for people that can't hear or don't want to because they get offended. But it's like, hey, let's make her look really pregnant. It's like, okay. And she loses all of that weight the second she gives birth. And weirdly enough, she never touches that baby. And it's always Scott holding that baby because she's got to see as a strong woman. And get rid of that fucking baby. It's a newborn. I just gave birth to it. And sleeping in a crib already, which makes no fucking sense either because that doesn't happen. But anyway, all that aside. This issue, we had to see why Storm cut her hair into a mohawk and everything else. It's just like, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Which made no
it's
sense.
Weird because, yeah, like I enjoyed the first quarter of this book. And then it was just like, and now we're going to a concert, and now we're going to just hang out at the mall, and then we're just going to, so it, the first portion of it was, hey, let's work as a team. We've got the dynamic between Cyclops and Wolvie. The dialogue seemed to be very on point for the animated series. But then they the mutants find the what are those called? The Brotherhood of Humanity, or something of Humanity.
Friends of Humanity.
Friends of Humanity. They take him out in this like big battle, this fight scene with the Friends of Humanity. And then after that, it's just like, we really have nothing else to say. So like, we're just gonna, I wouldn't skip it though. Like,
wow.
Well,
wow. Okay. Have you watched the first episode?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
so,
okay. Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. If you watch the first episode, and if you were so inclined to be like, I wonder how the X-Men got to this point, then there would be a point to this comic. But never once that entire episode or any of these episodes, I just took this as, okay, we're kind of starting over from scratch, and here we go. This is it. It's like, cool, great, got it, wonderful, let's move forward. I did not want to go back to see, hey, I wonder why this happened. I wonder why Gambit was wearing this gay cutoff shirt, or like, I wonder why they're having breakfast in here. It's like, I don't give a shit, because that's just what they're doing. Move on. So it's like, and now if they were in something, or something happened to where I'm like, wow, how did that happen? Or how did they get to where they are now? Then there would be a point for this book. But there isn't.
Yeah. And I could see that. And that might actually be another reason why I probably enjoyed this a little bit more. Now, I'm not giving it a recommend, because there were a lot of heavy-handed points of dialogue in this book that I was just like, okay. Yep.
Oh, it was
like,
lazy.
I get it.
Lazy dialogue. Very lazy.
Yeah, very lazy. It's like, okay, yep. Got it. Thanks. But it wasn't insulting. It was just lazy. And I like I said, because I haven't seen the
Max, I was gonna say, I see it as insulting comparing this to the animated series. If you watch those first couple episodes, and then you read this, it's like, what the fuck is this? This is junk. This comic is junk compared to any of those episodes.
Yeah,
that's fair. Okay. Well, I will defer to you guys then. Like I said, I can only speak of my point of personal privilege is just reading the book and not actually seeing the first episode of the first series or this next series. That's why it's probably reads a little bit different for me. But you guys are gonna skip this bad boy, huh?
Yes. Watch the show.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah,
right.
Especially the third.
Never
episode.
heard that.
I love the third episode. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Well, then watch the show, but skip the book.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Now the next one is Green Lantern. Okay. Can you guys even begin to explain to me the nonsensical background story of how the Red and Green Lanterns were originated?
No,
what the fuck is going on here?
This asshole is attempting to rewrite the history again of the Green Lantern.
Yes,
again, and it makes no goddamn sense. What you're doing now is not just that. He's making it the Alan Scott Lantern, everything about that less special now by trying to tie it in with the other Green Lanterns. No, do not fucking do that. That's what made Alan Scott unique. That's what made his lantern special, because it wasn't like the others. It's different. So on the magical level, now you are tying into space and an alien. It's like, no, I know some people will bring up, oh no, they did that a little earlier on, earlier on in the 90s, early 2000s. Like, no, even before that, it wasn't like that. Just get away from it. Go back to it was just a magic based lantern. Let's get back to that. That's all you got to do. Keep it simple and stupid.
Yep.
You would think that, it would be that simple, but Kyle, what were you going to say?
No, I just always knew Alan Scott's Green Lantern was different, and that's what made him fun and cool and interesting. It's completely separate from everything, and it's made me was so interesting to read about this, because I'm like, oh, it's different. It's not a power battery. It's not OA. It's not all that. It's like it's something completely different and magical, which I'm like, that is so cool and weird, and I want to know more about that. Not this
cool and weird
bullshit.
So yeah, well, expand on that. So tell me what the origin is then, Kyle, because I mean, what's his name did such a great job of explaining what this weird new power was. So yeah, like I just maybe I'm a little bit confused, but can you kind of detail about Alan Scott's Green Lantern power?
The gayness. I don't know. There's a
Okay.
lot of dialogue in this. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Especially when we get to here.
When we start getting the green bubbles, it's like, oh no.
It's just exposition, the comic book. It's like, oh my God, no.
This is the Spawn comic part where it's nothing but TV heads and it's just nothing but dialogue. It's like, oh no, I'm not reading that.
Yeah.
Hey, he does not swallow loads. Hey, he does not swallow loads. He likes wood. He likes
he
wood.
likes the wood.
Oh,
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Wait a second. So our friend of the show, well, he also liked Predator from Marvel. So our friend of the show, Gabe, gave this book an 8 out of 10.
Yeah. I'm concerned now. I'm concerned for Gabe.
We need to have an intervention. Like, this is serious.
Yeah.
That's
a serious issue.
Wow. That's not okay. But yeah, this whole sequence, like, look at, like, what? And it means nothing in the grand scheme of, well, for our Alan Scott, it means nothing because this is all just not canon anyway. But let me see if I can
PTSD.
I know, right? So let me see if I can read just a little bit and see if this makes sense.
Oof.
Time passed, and in its confinement, there was nothing for the magical star heart but to grow. With age, it grew sentience, intelligence, and at last great and terrible loneliness. Until something the Guardians could not have foreseen, the desperate Starheart willed a meteoric portion of itself to be expelled from its fiery prison and travel the universe seeking, craving that which all lonely things crave, destiny. But the part of the story none have yet heard is that it did not travel alone. A portion of the Starheart's sentience had leached into the corona of its starry tomb.
God damn it. Just tell me what the fucking product is.
God damn it.
So
Jesus.
there was a star that became sentient. It became lonely. So it spat out a portion of itself, and the red goo followed it.
It ejaculated. It ejaculated
into space.
Yes.
Ooh, red ejaculate. That's not good.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you should probably go see a doctor for
Ooh.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't
red
you
is
love
the
this?
STD. Yeah.
Oh God. Don't you love this when Alan goes, but why was I chosen to share this power? And then he shows him the rainbow of all the emotional spectrum. Because gay.
God
Get it?
damn it.
Because gay.
Gayness.
It's just because gayness, right?
Yeah,
It's just gay. So yeah, this is brutal. Like, this is way like Gabe giving this an 8 out of 10 is way worse than any of your movie takes, Josh. It's fine. So
in which case, if Gabe gives everything a 10 out of 10, then an 8 out of 10 is not good.
Oh, yeah. Does Gabe give everything a 10 out of 10? I didn't think he did.
I don't think he does.
No, he does.
He's not a League of Comic Geeks dork.
Yeah. The Starheart's life energy occupies the same spectrum as love, hope, fear, rage, and all the many emotions that act as keys to the doors of power.
Autism.
And what's the key to my power? Gayness. That's just should have been the next line.
Yep.
Gay.
You're gay.
It's your gay. I mean, it's your will.
All he did is he tied it into the other Green Lanterns, and he made that universe smaller. Now he made Alan Scott less special, less unique, and I fucking hate
of course.
I got news for you. It means you're gay.
Yeah. I got news for ya. So yeah. This was, I mean, I think someone mentioned it in the chat. The fact that this is still even going, I'm surprised. But yeah, I think it was only a 6-issue mini though, so we'll see.
Yeah, it was supposed to be only 6.
Yeah. All that being said, convoluted, confusing, nonsensical, boring, contrived, and pandering.
And
Does that
stupid. Something
and
that
we- yeah,
craves destiny. I'm so lonely. I need destiny. It's like
I need destiny.
What? Wouldn't you
Is he
want
talking about
companionship? Like, wouldn't you want something else? Why would I want What is that? What?
Yeah. If you're lonely, you seek companionship. If you are empty, you seek your destiny or your purpose, right? Like
Right.
if you are feeling like you are empty, like if you have a hole inside you that you need to have filled, not like
Yeah.
that. Not like that.
Never mind.
Well, I mean, I guess you could seek companionship if you need a hole filled too, but I mean,
Hi-oh.
way-ho. So, but yeah, I mean, I could understand it if it's like the star was seeking purpose and it shot out ejaculate of itself, and it's like, okay, maybe, but yeah, no, I'm yeah, the stripper. Yeah, point of personal privilege. Oh, by the way, oh shoot, I didn't even get the super chat by Jamin, because Jamin gave us a super chat for 10 Canadian loonies. We are loony over here with the 10 Canadian loonies. Thank you, Jamin B. Appreciate that.
Hey.
That is a whole $2.39 here on in the American side of things. Whew.
Wow.
So thank you, Jamin. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And he says scrap iron. So I guess that
scrap
dude
iron.
in Duke. Yeah. Damn it. We knew that. We knew scrap iron. Come on.
I remember him.
Yeah.
Guy. That is such a G.I. Joe name though for a character. It's so fucking cool.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, scrap iron. Who is that? Scrap iron. Oh, of course it's G.I.
Yeah,
Joe.
it is.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you, Jamin, for the $2.39 American, $10 Canadian loonies. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, great to see you in the chat as always. We love the support from you guys. And yeah, if we are ever misinformed or ill-informed, please put your point of personal privilege in the chat as a super chat. We appreciate that. So,
absolutely, we'll stop whatever we're doing and talk about it immediately.
immediately, yes,
Everything.
So,
Yeah, stop it all.
yeah. Oh boy. Well, yeah. So, Green Lantern is a recommend. I mean, skip it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Nothing less for Tim Sheridan. Nothing more. So, real quick, Jackpot and Black Cat doesn't even really deserve a review, does it?
No.
It's
No.
nothing.
It's
absolutely
laughably
nothing.
bad. Yeah,
Or
it's
laughably
Everyone knows
bad.
it. It's bad.
2 days ago, this was at a 44. So just to give you guys a heads up, like no comic book reaches anything below a 60 on League of Comic Geeks. The fact that this is a 44, that's all you need to know about the review. So there you go. That's like, oof. Whew. But you know, surprisingly, this wasn't the worst book of the week. I think so. For me, I think it was a tie between Power Girl and Batman Dark Age.
Batman Dark Age is by far one of the worst fucking books of all time.
Okay, Kyle. I'll let you keep going,
I'll
brother.
take charge.
Go off.
Yeah, no. So
Yeah.
we gotta let it, because Kyle loves Mark Russell. We gotta remember, Mark Russell is Kyle's favorite writer, storyteller of all time, and now Kyle needs
It's
to explain
true.
himself with this.
It's true.
He is one of the funniest guys, I think, of all time.
Yeah, I've compared
you
him.
know,
He's the next Ray J. Johnson. He is the next Ray J. Johnson. He is hysterical.
like I loved this whole City of Tomorrow funny take and about how hey, you see what our world could be? But no, we're all so fucking stupid and we're all so in love with, all of our money and stuff that we just can't all give back and give to the greater good. And look what could have happened. But no, we can't. And I don't get the milk thing. Also, that was such a weird, funny, hysterical aside. I thought that was a nice touch.
Because milk is bad, Kyle. That's what milk is, very patriarchal. It's testosterone and everything's bad about milk.
This was so great. What could have happened if the Waynes gave back, gave all their money to help people instead of being, typical rich white pieces of shit who never gave money back and never helped anybody. This is what could have happened.
Look at how amazing Gotham looks with how diverse it is.
It's wonderful. Wayne Enterprises works for Gotham, and Gotham works for everyone.
Everyone, comrade.
Great line.
That's right, comrade. Oh man.
I fucking hate the way Batman is drawn in this. I really despise. I really don't like this art. I really don't. And the fact that
so Kyle, I'm going to cut you off the pass right there, real quick for this one. I highly respect Mike Allred as an artist. Mike Allred is a truly talented cartoonist. His stuff with Madman is brilliant, but I put most of the blame on this story on. It's all on Mark Russell because I feel bad for Mike Allred because I want to love his art, I want to enjoy his art, and I can't with a story like this. This is absolute bullshit.
He gets attached to all these Mark Russell projects, and so when you see Mike Allred, you just immediately think, "Oh, shitty story," or Mark Russell. I cannot believe how many people were sucking the teat of this book, man. I mean,
wow.
Every comment is just like, oh my God, the art is amazing. I love the direction they're taking Batman. This is a great story. I love Allred's art, or I love Mark Russell's story. I wasn't expecting this at all, and this is a great thing. A brand new origin story. What a great, unique take, guys. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Kyle, do you want to tell them what this unique, demoralized, depressed, fucking miserable, beaten down
Bruce Wayne to the point where he's losing his memory, and so they're like, write everything down because eventually you're going to lose all of your memory. You're going to lose who you are. You're going to end up incontinent, and we're going to have to shoot you in the head because you're going to be dead, or you're going to commit suicide at the end of this. I don't know what you're going to do, but this is so fucking depressing and bad. I hate this take on let's just beat Bruce Wayne down so badly to the point where we have to have him in a nursing home, losing his memory and can't walk and needs to be wheelchaired everywhere. And it's like, oh my God, what are we doing?
Well, what really got me was and I know everyone's point of contention will be, well, Max, this isn't actually the Bruce Wayne that this is an alternate take that Mark Russell wants to do. And even in Mark Russell's, stupid take, it doesn't make it any better. And it sounds pathetic, honestly, because Bruce says that, and this is something I feel like even an alternate take on Bruce, because you still have to keep the core. I feel like you would want to keep the core of the character intact. But no, he says, in the end, you fade away, and all that is left is people's memory of you. And what is that worth? He's like, what is that worth? That's worth nothing. When you have nobody left, when nobody knows who you are because half of your life was spent pretending to be someone else, and the other half was spent as a ghost living only in darkness. And I'm thinking, Batman, the true person is Batman. Bruce Wayne is the persona that he has to put on later. But Batman is who he is, regardless of what people think of him, or when he has nobody left. Batman would know that he made a difference in Gotham, and that's all he cares about. But this one just seems so lazy and depressed and just depraved of any life whatsoever.
And as
he
a
says,
kid,
like, yeah.
this kid would not have become Batman. This kid is such a piece of shit. Like, he is such an asshole, brat kid.
He's the worst.
God, what a. And apparently,
and he wasn't even there. He wasn't even there when his parents were killed. He was in.
That's the big change.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Getting ahead of myself. Sorry.
So we have Clark Gable coming in talking to his son, and it's like, and why he talks so weird. Like, what does he say? Go back up there. He says something really stupid.
Oh,
like,
he goes, I know it's silly, right?
Yeah, it's silly. I know. It's like, what? What is that?
No, we don't live in Gotham. What? Gotham lives in us.
Cornball. Like, what?
Silly, I know. Twirling his mustache.
What the fuck is going on right now? God damn it.
But no, you guys are right. Bruce Wayne is not there at the death of his parents, does not witness it. And instead of becoming the vengeance and the knight that he, puts on as Batman, he becomes a little shithead, troublemaker. Like, he becomes an alcoholic. He's a drunk. He's a criminal. He's like, public indecency and intoxication and all this stuff. And he's just like a rich kid's whatever. They keep bailing him out of jail, and Alfred keeps coming in there with donuts, and they're like, yeah, we'll get you out of here, right? And let's talk about privilege, point of personal privilege.
Oh, of course he's privileged. He's rich, so of course
he's rich, so he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I just love the comically evil businessman.
This was so stupid.
It's like, all right, well, Wayne died, Bruce Wayne died, Thomas Wayne died, and Bruce is still too young to take over the business. So we're going to give it to this guy who is like Mr. Sionis, who is businessman. Like, that's just, that's his character, is just businessman. And so he goes, Mr. Fox is a nice man. Thomas Wayne was a nice man. Nice, nice, nice. I am not a nice man. I am a businessman.
God damn it.
It is so
business, corporate organization, stocks, business, bad. It's just
like
so.
Just watched the movie Richie Rich, and he's like, looked at John Larroquette's character and was like, "Yep, I'm just gonna have these broad stroked people in here."
It makes as much sense business wise as it does in Freddy Got Fingered with Tom Green, when he's like having that makeup phone call. He's like, "You're fucking fired, Bob. Clear out your fucking locker at the club, Bob. That's 10,000 Deutschmarks, Bob."
Yeah,
sounds about right. Or when he's like, I had $1 million and I spent it 100,000 on the crane, and then I spent it 750,000 on the house, and that's all my money. All my money's gone. All the $1 million. That's all my money gone.
Easy money, easy go. Easy come, easy go.
Easy come, easy go. I love that movie. It is brilliant. Ugh. So, but yeah, no, this is just generic evil businessman. Bidnit man. Sorry. Business. Yeah. But yeah, he gets scared by the bats.
Oh, hey, go back up when he's in the cave.
Oh.
Did you catch this little Easter egg? Look at the lantern. What color is it? What color is the lantern?
Gray, red,
I'm
yellow.
colorblind. Is it green?
Yellow.
Yeah, it's a green lantern.
Is he gay then?
And he's
Does
wearing
that mean that
Superman
he's-
colors. He's got the red with the blue. It's got you get that?
Easter
It's
eggs.
subtle. It's subtle. Easter eggs.
It's real. And for Mark Russell, you really got to look into what he's writing.
There's just layers and layers of wonderfulness.
He's writing on a higher plane of existence that we will never understand. So.
Oh yeah.
But this is where we see Bruce just becoming an absolute degenerate.
Yep.
He's like walking around the zoo, drinking, getting drunk all over the place, antagonizing tigers.
Yep.
Just coming home drunk.
How he survived. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're sitting next to a tiger and okay.
using all the Bruce's lawyers to fight his cases so he can go home. It's just like, what?
Let's take a guess who this character is. Let's take a guess who he runs into.
Oh.
Alan Scott.
Yep.
Yeah, Alan Scott in a couple years. Yeah, in 2024. Oh man. So because Mark Russell is Kyle's favorite writer, what overall, what are we gonna? Oh, don't God!
This whole scene with this fucking stand-up comedian.
I can't. I forgot about this, and I can't even. I can't even. Can you guys talk about it? I have no more energy to spare on this bullshit.
I don't
I'm the prophets. I'm the board. I'm businessman.
Yeah, Kyle, you're on a roll right now.
I don't want to.
I was like, I'm done.
It's an edgy comedian who, and then of course Bruce is like, oh, you see, I'm buying this comedy store. And I'm gonna make some new rules about who can sit in here and listen to this dumbass stand up here and not tell funny jokes. And then I gotta ask him, like, wow, people really hate you. Like, you're a real piece of shit. How do you stand? And look, the guy's wearing Joker colors. You get that?
Interesting.
Like that.
I didn't even notice that. Wow.
See, I'm telling you, when you get
You're
to
thinking,
know,
yeah. When you
see? I
when
pay
you
attention
read
to these
Mark
things.
Russell as much as Kyle does, yeah.
When you appreciate his art and subtlety, you pick up. See, you want to reread this again and then again and again.
Yeah. Do you want to tell the joke that the comedian
No.
tells?
No,
No?
I don't.
Oh.
No.
Drew, do you want to tell the joke?
All I gotta say is these jokes. It really, like I've said before, it shows just how Mark Russell is the funniest comedian since Ray J. Johnson. He is amazing.
I'll summarize the joke with this comment here left by Arcadian Steve, who gave this a 4.5 stars out of 5. And the quote is, every time you pay a church, company, or government that's screwing half the world, every time you waste your love on some flag or symbol that couldn't possibly love you back, Mark Russell ruins everything, and I love it. So there you go. That's it. Mark Russell ruins everything, and his fans love it. They love him for it. They love these books, and yep,
it's something.
Yeah, and that was the quote for the joke. He's basically making a joke to, oh yeah, all these churches and companies, because capitalism and religion and government that's screwing half the world. Yeah, every time you waste your love on some flag or symbol, like the cross or the American flag, they won't love you back. So it's like, oh my God.
Like,
wow, you're just such a revelation, aren't you? Wow.
Yeah. It's like, thanks, Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Point of personal privilege. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think he was supposed to be a Lenny Bruce, but a shitty Lenny Bruce, an unfunny Lenny Bruce.
Yes.
I thought he was trying to do Seinfeld. What's the deal with Batman? He's not a bat and he's not a man. So why is he Batman? Ovaltine, am I right? It's like yeah, this is a nightmare. This was truly probably one of the worst books this week, if not the worst book. And for $6, yeah, no way.
Fuck you. Who is this book for? Just like with Superman Space Age, it's like, how can you destroy a character that has been around for as long as Batman and Superman have in an issue? It's like, how fast somebody can absolutely ruin a character. That is Mark Russell. How fast you can destroy Superman and Batman. That's okay, almost
Kyle.
Impressive.
Yeah, it's it's not continuity. This is a different take though, Kyle. It's just a different spin on Batman.
A take that nobody wanted, nobody cares for. It's fucking terrible. And I do not understand. It's like, stop buying this fucking shit. Stop buying this book. It's terrible. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise.
Oh yeah, no, that is a good point. Like, people can try and tell me why it's good or how deep the storytelling is or why it's like, leagues beyond what I can imagine, or why, like, all this, BS, and just that's great and all. I will never be convinced that is good storytelling or good writing, or that is a good comic book.
Yep.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. Won't.
Can't. Won't.
Won't.
Oh no, propaganda from Josh. Batman Dark Age #1 perfectly sets up the next endeavor by Russell and Allred's, hitting all the right notes that made Superman the Space Age such an unforgettable story for a flagship character of the DCU. The only disappointing thing that could be said is that is half the length. Page again. It's shorter than Superman installment. But if anyone can pull off a story in fewer pages, Russell is more than up to the challenge. 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Is that he, she, they, them guy, gal? Is that the Comic Watch?
No.
Who is that? This thing that we talked about. Is that 2 weeks ago?
Point of personal privilege, Josh. Before you put propaganda in my chat, please say who it's from. Please note please state the pronouns and the person that is making the review, please.
Yeah.
The comrade. So
comrade. Brother in arms.
Yes, thank you. MG, there's a bot spamming the chat, Max. I think, Josh is a mod. If there's someone spamming, then Josh, you can take them off. If you're a mod, you can just ban them from the thing. But I can't see it in StreamYard, so maybe it might be someone else, or it's something that I can't see.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Okay. I don't.
Oh, he's talking about Josh. Okay. That's Jonathan Jolene Jones from Adventures in Poor Taste.
Gotcha. Well, that Batman Dark Ages is right up his alley, their alley, her alley.
Bear in mind, these are the same jackasses who love everything in X-Men comics right now. So
yeah.
Yep.
Well, I would probably say the other book that was my skip it. I think this one was worse. Well, actually, no, this one was dumb, but Batman was like truly insulting. This was just stupid. This was beyond.
Why did you read this?
2 pages.
You can't read this. You experience. I mean, 68. That's still good.
It's too high.
Comparatively to no. This was way worse than what was it? The Black Cat and Jackpot, and that had like a 40 something. So
that cover is dog shit.
Oh, it's terrible.
That is such a bad, that is so bad.
That's bad. That's bad. Where is it in my?
It's Adventure Time! Yay!
Dude, oh my God, Drew, 100% on point. I kept thinking that the entire time I was reading this, I was like, this is Adventure Time level bullshit cartoon, right?
Yeah. Didn't even.
I don't fun, though. People watch Adventure Time.
That's fun.
It's funny.
Who?
I don't know.
It's not like it's an oversized cowboy hat, which is actually funny.
That's
that is very funny. That is hilarious. Yeah, you can't deny the power of a good oversized cowboy hat. Come on.
Or like it's funny.
Or like in Signs,
normal hat.
In Signs, when her hat keeps getting bigger in the car.
Yeah,
it like goes back to him, and then it goes back to her, and every time it's just a little bit bigger. So yeah, this is Power Girl. They go to a fantasy land, and this is just like the first 3 pages. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Because wasn't there some drug that some cat or something was like licking on somebody's? Oh, what the hell's going on again?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
So there's a woman,
issue, right?
Yeah, because there was a whole cat issue where the cat saves all the animals because the animals were being tested on by this evil woman.
Yep.
And the evil woman was a woman in STEM, though. So we need women in STEM. So Superman, a noble champion, was he who saw that Avis was but a woman of science who sought knowledge and knew that such women have long been persecuted for their intellectual pursuits.
Yeah,
but even still, the champion cannot.
Persecuted. You don't even know what that fucking word means. Anyway.
Yeah, but it was just harder for women to get into that field. Persecuted means that you were like mocked and ridiculed and shoved out and like persecuted. Like Jesus was persecuted. You were not persecuted.
No.
But yeah, this woman was like, she was experimenting on people, and then she experimented on animals, and then she experimented on insects, and that's the one that I guess worked. So then she found this dimensional universe and took over with her science. And so they have to stop the woman. Yeah. Oh God. I hate everything about this.
I can't stand this. I can't.
The humor is awful because they introduce these like things that are, they say it's not milk, it's pelk.
What?
So she's like, oh, do you want something to drink? And she's like, oh, no, thanks. And she's like, but it's pelk. And she's like, oh, you mean milk? It's like, no, these are the fluffy bumpkins that make pelk.
God damn it.
Mudrin. Yeah. See? Isn't that funny and cute? And then Power Girl says, you have nipples?
That's weird.
Yeah. She goes, well, how are they making the pilk if they don't have nipples? This is a comic book. This is a
what?
DC comic book.
A superhero comic. Yes.
Superhero comic. Yep. Hey, but this is what women want in their comics, right? I mean, this is women in comics. This is a women.
This should have a warning label on it. This needs a warning label.
This will ruin your day and make you dumber.
Yeah.
Where's the best part though?
Oh God, this isn't the best part. Oh fuck.
No. We're not even close.
Oh my God.
We're not even close. So remember the milk reference, but it's pelk?
Yep.
One of her slaves, the evil woman slaves, he says, nice pelkers.
Whoa.
Get it? Whoa.
Damn. Holy shit.
Toxic masculinity.
I love it. Good for you. Okay, I'm on this book's side now. All right. I would
but
agree.
Then Power Girl goes, I understand that reference, and I don't like it. And then knees him in the nuts.
That's a compliment. You should say thank you.
I know. Hey, nice pelkers, lady.
Yeah.
So here's was it? Yeah, here it is. How dare you ruin all my hard work, from the like evil sorceress. I'll have you know Superman himself recognized my efforts and commended my work as a woman in STEM. That's a legitimate line.
Wow.
She goes, he was probably just being nice. And for the record, I'm also a woman in STEM.
So is this a woman bringing down another woman who's also in the same field in order to prop herself up?
I guess so.
As most women do in the workforce.
Because she says, yeah, and I say, you're a monster.
Oh. Shouldn't you be like praising her and trying to lift her up as well? Like, hey, we need to promote each other.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Huh.
Good point.
Huh. It does have what the fucking fuck?
Yeah, see? It all pays off. The joke in Act 1 paid off in Act 3.
I love
Drew,
it.
you're awfully quiet. This is a great book. I don't know why you're not Drew's like, I have nothing to say.
One word, condescending. This whole comic.
Oh yeah.
Is condescending. This is mocking the reader. Was this Leah Williams, one of the dipshits from the X-Office who wrote this?
It's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the two sharing a brain. this is condescending. This reflects what the writer thinks of you, the reader. She is mocking you.
I accept cash tips. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Is that you're putting your GoFundMe on there?
Oh no, her OnlyFans.
Oh, her OnlyFans. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because she's got Pelkers too. Yeah, her Pelkers. Yeah, this is like laughably bad. And like you said, Drew, it's condescending. It's condescending to women more so. Because listen, women don't need me to white knight and like defend them and be like, you should do better for the women in comment. It's like, no, women can speak up, and they're not, because they're saying that they like this stuff. I don't get what it is about this that is enticing whatsoever. But yeah, JK says, why is Leah Williams obsessed with boobs? And it's MG says, because they're all that she has. If it's the same Leah Williams that I'm thinking of, where it is just like all her pictures are just her boobs, then yeah, I guess that is her joke. So
I like it.
I guess so. So if I meet her at a convention and I say nice Pelkers, do you think she'll understand what I'm saying?
I would hope so. And I think
she
would
wrote
be a
it.
funny
so.
joke.
I think it would be
thrown
fine.
out of a con. It's like, yeah, how dare you?
But I could just say I'm just quoting her dialogue.
Because I like this book. Can you sign the
Yeah.
book? Can you sign that panel that says nice Pelkers?
Like because obviously she wears those low cut shirts to show off her Pelkers. So like if I bring the book to her and I'm like, hey, nice Pelkers, can you sign this for me and say nice Pelkers on it to Max?
Sure.
She'd be like, maybe if I say I'm gay, I don't know. Either way, this was a total skip it.
Yeah.
So, shoot, where do we leave off? We're here. So skip it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Okay, last one, or I guess last two. What did you guys think of
Feral? I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed this issue.
Nice. Anything about it in particular that you found that was like, because Stray Dogs was a massive, massive hit. So anything about Feral that you could say that kind of after the success of Stray Dogs that led into this?
Well, I'll say this real quick, because Stray Dogs came out 2 years ago, 3? I forget how. At least 2 years.
Yeah,
ago.
2021, I think.
Yeah, I remember. Kyle probably remembers. Max, you may remember when I was doing the reviews with Sean. We got this book into the shop. I read it for my stack. I read it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was shocked, and we did our review that night. Sean looks at me like I'm insane, like I'm crazy for liking Stray Dogs. He's looking at me like I'm stupid. Like, are you kidding me? What the hell? Oh yeah, Max, that happened. That review is still up there on the channel.
Yep.
Really?
Sean looked at me like yes, he looked at me like I was stupid. I was insane, and I told him how great it was, how much I enjoyed it, and it took his wife to convince him to read it. It took him to read it, and yeah, eventually, yeah, he jumped on board. But
was he did he have an aversion for the art?
I think so. I think there's a version for the art, and it's cats, because I mean, like one thing is like I hate cats. Kyle hates cats, so with a story like this, I'm looking forward to this because I want to see some cats die because cats are evil. So, but this, I like how this is set up. It's set up like a zombie outbreak, but with cats. It's with rabies, and you see like the infection. You see it spread, and they're trying to find one of them's trying to find their friend, trying to see if they're still alive, and they get the human aspect as well. They're talking about what's going on, how it's kind of spreading. Yeah, I like it. It's kind of like a little zombie outbreak, but with cats.
Yeah. I'm gonna save my thoughts for last because I'm a little bit biased because I have a cat, so I am a bit biased. Kyle, What did you think about this bad boy? This bad Larry.
Where to begin?
Well, first of all, did you like Stray Dogs?
I loved Stray Dogs. I own several copies of Stray Dogs. I have two slabbed Stray Dog ones.
Oh wow!
First prints, yeah. And I had Trish even do a number one. I had a blank, and she did a sketch for our number one that I have.
Okay.
No, I loved Stray Dogs. I thought it was great. Because
so then you'll get a CGC slab of Feral.
Ooh.
Right? I mean, that's
not so fast.
Oh.
No, I thought this was good. I did want to see cats die. Like that's the whole point of this. Like I want to see them all like dead. Like suffer.
Wow.
Like really suffer. Like I want to see them like
Jesus.
So bad. Like just I want to see them decay, like just slow, like the
we have Trish Forstner is in the chat. There she is. Artist of
Wow.
Hey,
thank you so much for being here, Trish. Yeah, thank you.
All right, you may not want to be here. But...
Oh boy, Kyle's giving his hot take about the book.
Kyle said it's good, Trish. Kyle said it's good.
It's good. I just want to see cats die, and like I want to, I want like a Return of the Living Dead slowly descent into like becoming like the Tar Man sort of thing. Like I want to see just utter decay of cats in this, and I don't want to see any of them survive. And I'm really excited for this. I actually picked up all three homages to Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead. All three of those covers, and I got the Sleepwalkers variant cover.
Ooh, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. So I liked it that much to where I picked all those up. So
well, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's fair. It's tough to say with zombie films because the zombie genre has been done so much that it's really tough to introduce something new into that. And I feel like this is a fresh take on the zombie genre because of the what we're dealing with here, right? Stray Dogs was like a complete new idea, brand new story, a brand new thought process. It's like, take your favorite horror film, but done in the artwork. And that's what everyone was praising it for, right? It was take your favorite horror film, but done in the artwork of like a classic Disney film. And I think this is what is nice about this is because when I think of zombies, it's the same thing about apocalypse stuff that I'm like, zombies, apocalypse. All right, it's already been done before, right? But this is a fresh take, and I love that. And I know you guys are gonna hate me, but in the back of the book, there is a little section of the fans that send in pictures of their cats, and I'm gonna see Trish. If you can, I'm gonna see if I can get my cat in the back of your book. So I'm gonna send in a picture of him. And if he makes it into a comic book, he will be famous. And but
oh God.
But all that being said, Trish, yeah, thank you again for being here. And whether or not you were here or not in the chat with us or not, I would say the same thing. But your art is impeccable. It is beautifully done, and it is very reminiscent of the stories and the movies and the animation that we so love. So I think even with a story that may be like, for me, I may think like, oh, it's maybe a little bit stale or maybe it needs a new take. The art is still amazing on this. So I want to commend you for the work that you do on both Stray Dogs and Feral. So
it's a shout out to a whole team. All four, like, everybody involved that got in with Stray Dogs in this, like you need all of them working together, firing on all cylinders, and they are. Like that's the magic, is the people that are involved in this. It's like you take somebody away from that, it loses all of it. I guarantee it. So the fact that it kept everybody together, that's huge.
Hell yeah. And
Yeah.
and that no, that's a great
It's like
point.
Claremont and Byrne. I mean, Claremont and Byrne separate, they were okay, but when they were together, they made magic. Yeah, these guys together, when they stay together, they got magic here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that they can continue to do this, whether it's Stray Dogs, whether it's Feral. They have such great chemistry, one, but two, they have such good good standing with fans that like people are going to follow them on every project that they do. So this will be really exciting to see, especially because Trish, it looks like you're saying that this is an ongoing series, which is different from Stray Dogs because I think you guys had a 6-issue mini. But yeah, she was talking to Kyle. She said issue 6 has been my favorite to draw as far as descent into madness. Ooh,
Love it.
and so maybe we're gonna see some like crazy cats. Yeah,
I want to see them all dead. That's what I want.
or maybe crazy cat ladies
Killing the cats, killing their cats. That would be cool.
No.
Hey Trish, can you draw Max into one of these books to have him kill his cat? That'd be awesome.
Oh my god, no!
He's gonna send you
I'd
a
be
picture of his cat.
traumatized. Yeah.
But Max, I want to piggyback on something you said earlier about how her art, what she's able to do. I want to compare this as a parallel to Ultimate Spider-Man this week. Like in theory, you had a good story. We're supposed to care for those characters, but they couldn't really convey that in the comic.
Yeah.
Here in Feral,
Trish and Tony are able to get me to care for these cats. I can't believe I said that. I hope no one was recording this, but they've got me concerned for these cats, like for their lives. Like I hope they stay together. But by the end of this first issue, one of them, it doesn't look like they're gonna be making it out of this one piece. It kind of has me going, oh no, not them. But yeah, she's able to get that what Marvel couldn't do with actual humans. They actually make me feel for cats here.
Oh, dude, the facial expressions and the emotions alone on how Trish illustrates the expressions on the cat's faces, immediately I'm like, oh, I feel more emotion towards these cats than I do towards like actual humans in like Marvel and DC books.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, the way that you are like you have endearment towards these characters, and it's not just because they're little cute animals, it's like they have actual character, right? So yeah, I'm here for it. I was stoked to hear that you guys were doing or that these guys were doing a cat book, because like I said, I'm a crazy cat lady, and so this is right up my alley. This is perfect because we got the dog book and I was like, cool, dogs, great dogs, whatever, but cats, that's my bread and butter. So kind of wants to see them die. But
well, I was hoping at the beginning of this book, I'm like, oh, sweet, we're going to get a car. I'm like, they're all going to die here. I'm like, this is awesome. I'm all for it at the end. But, all right, you got to keep teasing me. I'm okay. I'll be there.
I guess so. I guess they're still going to be alive. Joke's on you. They're going to have to stay alive. So
I'm coming back for issue 2.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a story that sounds like, if it's an ongoing, we're going to want to keep an eye on this for sure. So.
Yep,
absolutely.
Hey, I bought 4 copies of issue 1. So,
have you seen that issue number 1 has a second printing with an awesome Halloween homage, and issue 2 FOC Unlock Glow in the Dark cover? Damn.
Oh, I'm getting that homage cover then.
I know there is a beautiful Jenny Frisson cover coming up. She's got a 1 in 20 variant coming up, like issue 2 or 3. That's going to sell like hotcakes. I guarantee it.
Wow.
No, I haven't seen that. I gotta look up that second print though.
Yeah, for any of the members,
just got announced.
For any of the members that are in the chat, I actually have a Gideon emoji. So if you want to see what my cat looks like, I have an emoji of him on the channel, so you guys can spam that for Trish, because this is the best cat book of the week for sure. But I mean, it's one of the best books this week by far, but it's also great because it's got cats. So
yeah, I would say it's a tie between this and Duke. I think this and Duke were probably my two, and Conan. This Duke and Conan were is like a trifecta this week.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait a second, hang on. We still had Conan.
Yeah, we got Conan, Duke, 50 feet of crap, and then we got feral number 1.
Oh gosh,
Kyle.
Wow.
Kidding. 80 feet of crap, then we got feral number 1.
Then it's okay. Then it's feral. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Conan is by far the pick of the week. I mean, come on.
Oh, dude. Easily Robert De La Torre back on art.
Yes.
Finally.
Done and done.
I was just like, thank God. It was just like slipping into a nice warm bath. It was like, oh yeah.
I'm back, baby. Like I'm home. This is it's first page. It's just I miss this. Yeah.
Love it.
And the tough thing is it's like, hey, the previous art was not bad at all. It was gorgeous as well, but this is like so damn good. But before we move on, because I do want to gush over this, I will shill for Conan, absolutely, but I will also shill for Feral because Trish says thanks so much for talking about Feral. I'm thankful you liked it. It gets crazier. Ooh, well, we can't wait here. I know Drew and Kyle are huge horror fans. And I am a huge fan of just the work of what you guys are doing with Stray Dogs and Feral and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to the series, looking forward to what you guys are doing. And your art always steps up another rung each issue that you guys put out. So I know it's a great team over there. So thanks for being here, Trish. But yeah, Drew, Kyle, you guys got anything else to say about Feral before we move on to Conan?
Yeah, I will be recommending it tomorrow in the best of the week with Wes. So I'll send Trish that video when that drops tomorrow,
Nice.
and I look forward to seeing you at C2E2. I think Kyle and I will both be at C2E2 in April.
That's correct. I will be at C2E2. But yeah, I'm excited. Congratulations to the whole team again. You got another hit on your hands for sure. You guys deserve all the success and praise. And I hope you guys just have a dump truck full of money backed up to you guys, and you just continue to keep putting out awesome work. Again, I've bought a ton of, I got all the homage covers. One of them was a 1 in 50. The other one was a 1 in 100. So like I've backed it. I love it. I'm excited to see what comes next. So yeah, congratulations again. You guys are awesome.
Hell yeah. Love it. Thank you again, Trish. We'll see you at C2E2.
Yeah.
So for Conan, hold on, let me find my Conan. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, we're back, baby. We're back to our beautiful Roberto De La Torre. This is everything I want and need in a Conan book. Starts off with action right away. We get thrown. What is it? 100 years into the past, or eight?
It's like 80. It's almost like 8,000, or is it? I think it's like 8,000.
Yeah. So it's a long time in the past, because this character, who we may have recognized from issues like, what was it, 2, 3, 4, somewhere in that first Blackstone Fortress type thing, we recognize this guy, but he was kind of an apparition helping Conan along the way. But now we see him in his actual like natural habitat. Shonen Conan number 4 was where we got this like kind of weird cursed black stone. But now Conan has been sent back into the past. And damn, dude, if this doesn't look like John Buscema art, you know what I mean? Like
100%.
This is so rad. The title, even the title here with all the
font, the lettering in this is terrific. I love it. The lettering is top notch.
Yeah,
so damn good. Yeah. Conan tries to fight off these guys, but he's too tired. He's like, he's all kind of discombobulated.
Yeah, he just died.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Died and came back to life.
I love this part. I fucking love this part.
Oh,
God,
it's
the
mountain lion.
Yes.
Whoo, look at that, man. Animals,
like what a clever way to get him to be like unshackled, as opposed to him just being like, I'm just gonna rip these things off, or it's like, a fucking mountain lion coming out of nowhere just to attack. Like, that is so fucking badass. That is such a Conan thing.
Yeah. It's so great. And it's like you said, it's clever because it does two things at once. It shows the prowess of Conan. It shows his strength, his stamina, his smarts, how he's able to outsmart this thing. But it also, the other thing it does is it gets him out of his shackles, as opposed to, like you said, oh, he has a knife in his back boot and he's had it there the whole time and he just gets himself out. It's like we've done it thousands of times, right?
Yep.
So this was a great way of killing two or three birds with one stone.
Yeah.
And as he gets out, they say that he has the aura of a lion, and I was like, hell yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
And it's only been seen like once before, and that was with the king.
And the king, and you go, who? Wait a second, who is the king? What are you talking about? There's a king here. But even how Jim Zub is writing this, how it's like so sword and sorcery, it's like very fantasy. For just a quick snippet, it's like hours pass and the moon rises like a shining orb held high in the coiled shadows of the night. A guard is set to keep watch till dawn, but after a day of betrayal and brutal battle, the sentry is exhausted and quickly dozes off. Everything is very epic and very like it's a story, fantasy epic type of story.
Mm-hmm.
What was the other one that I'd seen something. Brule's blessed spear struck with all his mortal might, and the gods granted it something greater. Like it's very grand, it's just
it's got weight to it.
Yeah. So he breaks free and he basically tells these guys, if you try and shackle me again, I'll kill you. You're dead. So we can either make peace with each other and we travel to the same place that we're both trying to get to, or I'm literally just going to kill you. So they go, all right, I'm Conan and I am Borne. They then travel to the great capital of the city, which I want to say is like, it's called Volusia, but I think it's kind of like, oh, this is Atlantis.
That's what I was thinking it was. That was my interpretation of it.
Because it's 80,000 years into the past. And you have like Conan, who's in the Hyborian era. And before that, you have like a different era that Robert E. Howard wrote about where Atlantis exists. So I was thinking maybe that's what they're trying to allude to. But because you see this like beautifully elegant civilization that has, obviously very well versed and well endowed. So I'm like, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And what's great about this is that a little bit here coming up, we get a little tie-in to one of the very, very, very first Conan stories.
This is true, yeah. I do love this quote here too. Minutes after they cross the threshold, Conan's attention is taken by women of full form and pleasing perfume. And you look at these ladies and you go, oh my Lord, they are full form indeed. So
they are wonderful.
Look at those.
They look very smart. Very, very nice.
Yes, very well endowed and smart, and yes. So, Conan says, "I'll need some time to inspect your city's finer features." Yes, of course.
Oh,
yeah, I could absolutely see that one actress playing one of those very illustriously smart ladies.
Of course.
What's her name? Played one of the Spider Women.
Madam Web.
Yeah,
Madam Web.
Oh, Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah,
I can definitely see Sydney Sweeney playing one of those lovely ladies.
But this is where we kind of get the throwback to one of Conan's older stories, and we get the throwback here.
Yep, there he is.
So I won't say anything about it because I don't want to spoil it, but we'll keep moving on. It was a nice little touch of like, hey, if you like Conan, we're kind of giving you a little, not an Easter egg, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, it's like, hey.
But finally, we get back to the palace, and we find that the king is King Cole. Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Atlantean outlaw, slayer of Bornea, conqueror of the Volusian throne, a man most disturbed, the people's king. Cole is here. So, and then they fight. It's badass.
I love it.
So, God, this art is beautiful, man.
Oh,
Like
man.
the motion and the action is just gorgeous. Every hit feels like it has weight to it.
Yeah, they just go at it. Love it.
Oh yeah.
Several
'Cause
pages.
then, like,
That was fun.
oh yeah, it does not stop. Like it goes on for a while. And even when these guys are exhausted and have like nothing left and their weapons are just like completely torn, they just start beating the shit out of each other with their bare fists, with their bare
Love
hands.
it.
But it may be too good to be true. Conan might not have won the day after all because they get captured, or at least it looks like they're about to get captured. So, but yeah, this was by far, I would say, my favorite book of the. This is my pick of the week. My favorite book this week was Conan, and it's like it's not even a contest. It was so damn good. So, but yeah, would you guys also say that this was your pick of the week? Pick of the week.
Pick of the week.
Oh man, yeah, it's tough not to, because I mean, like you said, Robert De La Torre finally came back, and he just nailed it. He fucking nailed it, and this is everything I wanted. This is what we've been wanting for the last, I don't know, what, 3 months.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah, finally,
dude, for real.
And yeah, I love it. You got a great Mike Diodato cover here. So yeah, I mean, this is easily a pick of the week.
Pick of the week.
Pick of the week. I wonder what Pop and Polly's pick of the week would be. Well, we may have to watch that video after. This is a good point, because my question here though is, even though Conan is in the past, how is that going to affect the future? And so now I'm like, is this gonna fuck with time travel? And I'm like, I don't know if I'm here.
No,
for that.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Should be good.
I hope not, but
we hope not.
We shall see. Did you guys see the alternate cover by Ickpot?
Ooh.
Oh, damn.
Look at that bad boy.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
So, Drew, is this better than the J. Scott Campbell cover with Spider-Man and MJ?
100%. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Whose
Whose handprint is that?
I was gonna say, is that Conan's? Is he like
That's gotta be
stamping
Conan.
it? Like,
I was about to say, does he have like the little hamburger hand, or the was it Burger King hands, where he had the tiny hands and he was eating the burger like this?
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, his fucking hand needs to cover that entire, like, wow. Like it needs to be the whole cheek.
Hell yeah. It's like, that's my property.
Yeah. And if it's her hand, shouldn't it be like behind, like the other way? I don't know. So
Yeah.
But now we're nitpicking. But yeah, this is awesome. So good stuff. Good stuff.
100%.
This is
Love to see that.
This is what I wait for every month. Like from this day, I will have to wait another 4 weeks until I get this again, and I'll be happy with comics.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So yeah, it's unfortunate, but well, let's do this. We are at 4 hours almost exactly, and I do have an after party set up, so we can hang out in the after party for just a little bit. But I know that we've gone a little bit late tonight. Oh gosh, there we go. Sorry. So I don't want to keep you guys for too long. But members, if you guys want to hang out for a little bit after, we'll hang out, talk about. Drew, remind me of his name again. Sorry, I'm getting stream brain.
Mike Barron.
Mike Barron. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah.
we'll talk about Mike Barron, see what comics we can come up with. We'll talk about I've got some Eric July stuff we can talk about. And then if we do have some other time, maybe we can talk about that Wonder Woman issue and maybe some of that. We still didn't go over Zorro. We still didn't go over Batman. So there's plenty of other stuff that we can talk about that we will cover in the member after party. So if you guys want to follow us over there, head on over. But yeah, sorry that we can't go for longer here on the public stream. I just want to make sure that I don't keep these guys for 5 hours every Friday night. So
yeah,
even though it probably will end up being that, but
I got nothing going on.
I have a family, no big deal.
It's all right. They know your Fridays, what their Fridays look like though.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. But yeah, Drew's comic, you can find the link to his comic in the description below. And Kyle, you guys know where to find Kyle. He's here every Friday. And whether you want to spell his name Kile or Kiel or Kevin, he's here. So
I'm always here.
Yeah. Well, that should do it for tonight. Thank you guys again for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us this evening. We always love the support. If there's anything that we missed, let us know. But other than that, have a great rest of the week. Enjoy your Holy Weekend. Enjoy y'all's Easter. I will most likely see you guys on Sunday. I still plan on doing streams for those who may be celebrating Easter alone or who may not celebrate Easter. Either way, I think I'm probably going to do some live streams. So I'll most likely see you guys there. But until then, enjoy the rest of your Holy Week. And it is finished. Take care, guys. Thanks again.
Adapt or die. Thanks for the heads up. Sweet dreams, children. You took that like a champ.